ये नहीं है, वो कभी मतलब कुछ पैसा आ गया उसको कंसोलिडेट सभी मशीन जो हमने चेंज हो गए। कोई कोई पार्टी को चाहिए, पार्टी क्या होगा कि सर एक मशीन में मिल रहा हूँ मैं अभी वो 1-2 महीने के लिए रख रहा हूँ, कोई रात तक जा रहा है रख रहा हूँ। तो चीज़ में अगर वो डीलिंग कैंसिल करता है तो वंस अगेन क्या बिल्कुल का मशीन में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वो वापस मैं चला रहा हूँ। निकालने के बाद मैंने निकाला 6 महीने के बाद साइड रखा हूँ, तो नए मशीन सेटिंग का प्रॉब्लम है, क्रेडिट वापस मैं और मशीन कर रहा हूँ। नो मशीन से हमारे पास वेस्ट मशीन है, ये 24/6 कैंसिल होता है सबको पड़ता है, क्योंकि वो फर्स्ट उसका पैसा आया उसको हमने कल बोल दिया उनको, मैंने नहीं कर पाएंगे जो आपको ये रीजन कभी आए नहीं, गणेश के आए नहीं जैसा रहने वाला ब्रांड में बच्चे बेटा वगैरह रहते हैं।
सेंटर था माँ सेंटर था
बैठे हैं ना
हो गया चेक सही है ओके है अभी
सब नहीं करना करना पड़ेगा सारी पुलिस में
स्टार्ट का टाउन लगा
स्टार्ट हो गया था बोलो ना बोलते ही उसमें कुछ ज़्यादा बार रिपीट करना
জুনিদার আসবে যার उधर है उसको हाँ
निकल जाओ। टेढ़ी आ रही है।
टेढ़ी आ रही है।
हाँ जी टेढ़ी है। तेरा
इसमें पता लगा कितने लोग कितने लोग देख रहे
हाँ
हैं?
जी 6 वॉचिंग चल रही है जरा ठीक है हल्का उठाऊँ बस बड़ा पड़ा हल्का सा बस बस ठीक है जल्दी थोड़ा लेट आएगा सर।
थोड़ा टेढ़ा। ठीक है
होगी सर सेट थोड़ा लेट आएगी होगी
होगी।
सेट टेबल कर
ठीक है। ऑडियो
थोड़ा चेक करो
ठीक है। ऑडियो ठीक है।
हेलो हेलो प्लीज अटेंशन। अभी हमारे जो ऑनरेबल ड्रग कंट्रोल और उत्तराखंड 10 मिनट में आ रहे हैं, तो उसके पुनः बाद हम अपना जो कार्यक्रम है उसको शुरू करेंगे। 10 मिनट का और समय है, इंतज़ार करेंगे हम सभी। धन्यवाद।
बिस्ट अंदर तो क्या है, बिस्ट बारी है। चलो चलो फिर इसको डाउन कर डाउन कर डाउन कर
हमारे बीच हमारे
तो बस ठीक है
उत्तराखंड मिस्टर तालवर सिंह सर उपस्थित हो चुके हैं और कार्यक्रम का हम शुभारंभ करने जा रहे हैं। वेलकम टू ऑल एंड गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल। उपस्थित सभी आदरणीय व मुख्य अतिथिगणों का दिल से अभिनंदन और वह सब प्रेम सभी को इस नवपर्व पर नवरात्रों की शुभकामनाएं। मैं अनुरोध करूंगा हमारे चीफ गेस्ट रिस्पेक्टेड डॉक्टर ए.के. प्रधान सर मंच पर सीट ग्रहण करें। सभी लोग ने अभी सभी ने ब्रेकफास्ट किया है, नाश्ते भी किया है। रिस्पेक्टेड द कंट्रोलर ऑफ उत्तराखंड मिस्टर तालवर सर, रिस्पेक्टेड मिस्टर अशोक विलास सर मंच पर आए। मिस्टर रिस्पेक्टेड मिस्टर प्रमोद कलानी सर मंच पर आए। रिस्पेक्टेड मिस्टर विनोद कलानी सर मंच पर करते हैं। और एक जगह जो बहुत सभी के दिलों में बसती है, रिस्पेक्टेड मिस्टर संजय जी कह रहे सर आल्सो वेलकम टू मैं सभी उपस्थित अतिथिगणों का दिल से अभिनंदन करता हूँ, स्वागत करता हूँ। आज हम सभी एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय शेड्यूल एम में प्रस्तावित संशोधन पर होने वाले वर्कशॉप हेतु एकत्रित हुए हैं, इकट्ठे हुए हैं। ये हमारा मोटिव है, ये हमारा एम है। इस विषय की संपूर्ण जानकारी हमारे ऑनरेबल डॉक्टर ए.के. प्रधान सर, जॉइंट डायरेक्टर कंट्रोलर जनरल ऑफ सीडीएसओ द्वारा हम सभी को दी जाएगी आगे। हम सभी को ज्ञात है, स्वास्थ्य और औषधि उत्पादक एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जो सभी देशों में बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है। हम यह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए संवैधानिक व नैतिक दायरे में आते हैं कि प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को सुरक्षित, सही, उच्च गुणवत्ता वाली औषधि उपलब्ध हो, जिसके लिए देहरादून में उपस्थित सभी फार्मा कंपनी अपने स्तर से कार्य कर रही हैं। मैं उन सभी का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं। थोड़ा हम यदि जाने शेड्यूल का जो उपयोग है वो एक दस्तावेज के रूप में ड्रग एंड कॉस्मेटिक एक्ट 1940 से दिया गया है, जिसके फलस्वरूप प्रोडक्ट के रखरखाव, विनिर्माण, नियंत्रण, सुरक्षा परीक्षण, भंडार एवं परिवहन सामग्री, लिखित प्रक्रियाएं, रिकॉर्ड और ट्रेसेबिलिटी आदि अनेक ऐसी सुविधाओं की आवश्यकताओं को मद्देनजर रखते हुए यह निर्धारित करती है। आज के परिवेश में रिवीजन ऑफ शेड्यूल की बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि बहुत सालों से चलने वाली प्रक्रिया आज के परिवेश में सही नहीं बैठ सकती। इसीलिए इसके माध्यम से, रिवीजन ऑफ शेड्यूल के माध्यम से औषधि निर्माण की गुणवत्ता एवं उत्पादन की निरंतर निगरानी सुरक्षित करने के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दस्तावेज के रूप में इसे उपयोग में लाया जाता है। देहरादून में उपस्थित सभी कंपनियां शेड्यूल को मध्य में नजर रखते हुए अपना उत्पादन कर रही हैं। शेड्यूल के प्रस्तावित संशोधनों के माध्यम से हमें औषधि उत्पादन में नवाचार को संजीवनी देने का अवसर मिलेगा। यह न केवल हमारे औषधि उत्पादन को और भी उत्कृष्ट बनाएगा, बल्कि हमारे ग्राहकों और प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को बेहद स्वास्थ्य व उपयोगी औषधि प्रदान करेगा। भारत सरकार द्वारा सीडीएसओ माध्यम से और हमारे उत्तराखंड ड्रग कंट्रोलर के द्वारा समय समय पर हमें अच्छी व गुणवत्ताकारी औषधि के निर्माण के लिए हमेशा मोटिवेट किया गया है। हम भारत सरकार से इसका धन्यवाद करते हैं। हम सभी जानते हैं कि हम देवभूमि उत्तराखंड में आज बैठे हैं। यहाँ बद्री, केदार, गंगोत्री, यमुनोत्री, हरिद्वार जैसे अनेकों देवी देवताओं का पूजनीय तीर्थ स्थल है। इस पूजनीय स्थल पे हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हम औषधि दवाइयों का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। एक डॉक्टर एक व्यक्ति की या कुछ नंबर की संख्या में व्यक्तियों की जान बचाता है, वो भगवान स्वरूप माना जाता है। तो समझिए, हम लोग करोड़ों की संख्या में औषधि बनाते हैं, तो हमारा स्थान भी उन्हीं के बराबर होगा। वो कब होगा? जब हमारा गुणवत्ता और सही औषधि के निर्माण में लगा रही है। इसके साथ साथ उत्तराखंड की संस्कृति, परंपरा, अपार सद्भाव की भावनाओं के साथ आज भी जागृत है। मिलेट्स जैसे उत्पाद उत्तराखंड में प्रचुर मात्रा में पाए जाते हैं। इसका भी स्वास्थ्य के प्रति सभी को मद्देनजर रखते हुए प्रचार व विस्तार किया गया है। यहां पे उत्तराखंड प्रशासन व लोगों का निरंतर सहयोग मिला है। हम उत्तराखंड सरकार व यहाँ पे उत्तराखंड में रह रहे लोगों का फिर पुनः दिल से धन्यवाद करते हैं। विश्व स्तरीय औषधि उत्पादन में उत्तराखंड राज्य का एक अद्भुत स्थान है और एक अपना योगदान है। ये हम सबके अच्छे प्रयासों का एक परिणाम है। हम सभी इसको नियंत्रण करते रहेंगे, प्रयास करते रहेंगे ताकि ये जो स्थान है, जो स्थिति है उत्तराखंड की विश्व स्तरीय, ये हमेशा बनी रहे। इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन में एक एसोसिएशन का बहुत बड़ा हाथ है। मैं उस एसोसिएशन के लिए कुछ दो शब्द रखना चाहूंगा। DMA, ड्रग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एसोसिएशन, इसने इस कार्यक्रम में जितना प्रयास किया है उसकी प्रशंसा करना बहुत कम है, क्योंकि उनका एक ही मूल मंत्र व उद्देश्य है, सभी कंपनियां गुणवत्ता के आधार पर, सभी मानकों पर उत्पादन सही व अच्छा करें, जिससे प्रदेश का उत्पाद सभी देशों में एक उच्च स्थान प्राप्त कर सके। ये उद्देश्य DMA का बहुत बड़ा है, निरंतर प्रयासरत है। हम DMA का भी धन्यवाद करते हैं। कुछ ज्यादा ना बोलते हुए मैं थोड़ा सा अब हमारे अतिथिगण मंच पर जो बैठे हैं उनसे मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि दीप प्रज्वलित करने के लिए थोड़ा सा अपने स्थान से आकर पहुंचे और कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें।
इन्हें तो दिखाइए बार, दिखाइए बार मैं इसको बता दूँ। अच्छा मैं दिखा कर दूँ इनके पास यहाँ पर प्रबंध दूँगा, दिखा दूँ। ठीक है ना? हाँ ठीक है। अगले से अगले फंड ले तो आप लोग भी आओ।
ग्रुप में जी आप लोग
जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। खुशियां चेहरे से भी झलकाई जा सकती है और तालियों के द्वारा भी। सभी का दिल से धन्यवाद। कुछ ऐसे पल, कुछ ऐसी स्थितियां जो उत्तराखंड को सर्वश्रेष्ठ बनाती है। फार्मा के उत्पाद के लिए 2004 अप्रॉक्स 2004 से उत्तराखंड सरकार द्वारा यहाँ उपस्थित सभी इंडस्ट्रीज को भरपूर सहयोग मिला है, प्रशासनिक सहयोग मिला है, ताकि वो अच्छे से अच्छा उत्पाद कर सके। इस क्रम को आगे जारी रखते हुए हम थोड़ा गेट टुगेदर वेलकम करेंगे। गेट टुगेदर वेलकम के लिए मैं नहीं, इससे पहले जस्ट मैं थोड़ा सा करना चाहूंगा कि यहाँ उपस्थित सभी आदरणीय व अतिथिगण का फिर पुनः दिल से स्वागत। और मैं अभी इस कार्यक्रम को वापस लेता हुआ कि डॉक्टर हमारे जो ऑनरेबल डॉक्टर ए.के. प्रधान सर को गिफ्ट शॉल्स मेमेंटो जो देंगे, हमारे प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ डीएमए मिस्टर प्रमोद कलानी सर, तालियों में कमी ना आए ताकि हौसला अफजाई बनी रहे। ये वेलकम दिलों से होता है, मैंने बताया था, चेहरे और हाथों से ही निकल कर आती है आवाज मंच पर। जोरदार तालियां। दूसरे क्रम में रिस्पेक्टेड ड्रग कंट्रोलर ऑफ उत्तराखंड मिस्टर ताजवर सर को हमारे डीएमए सेक्रेटरी, जनरल सेक्रेटरी मिस्टर संजय सिकारिया सर द्वारा सम्मानित किया जाएगा। जोरदार तालियां और प्रसन्नता के साथ। इसी क्रम में आगे डॉक्टर मनीष कुमार सर, सिडस्को ड्रग इंस्पेक्टर को ऑनर करेंगे। मिस्टर अशोक मोंगा सर, सीएमडी रेडबर्ग एंड मेंबर ऑफ डीएमए। जोरदार तालियां। आपका देवभूमि में स्वागत है सर। इसी क्रम के अंदर मिस्टर महेंद्र सिंह, सिडस्को ड्रग इंस्पेक्टर ऋषिकेश को ऑनर करेंगे। मिस्टर कुलदीप सिंह, आधार फार्मा रुड़की डीएमए मेंबर ऑफ। वेलकम टू सर, उत्तराखंड देवभूमि में आपका। इसी क्रम को आगे रखते हुए मिस्टर विनोद कानानी सर, एक्स प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ एफओपी को ऑनर करेंगे। मिस्टर गोविंद बजाज सर, प्लांट हेड इप्का एंड मेंबर ऑफ डीएमए। तालियों में कमी ना आए, ब्रेकफास्ट किया है हम सब ने।
यदि क्रम में ऊपर नीचे हो जाए उसके लिए मैं क्षमा याचना चाहूँगा। इसी अगले कार्यक्रम को क्रम में रखते हुए डॉक्टर सुधीर कुमार एडीसी देहरादून का ऑनर करेंगे मिस्टर विनय गुप्ता सर, एमडी ऑफ सर्वेयर। कहीं हैं? यदि नहीं है, मिस्टर अनिल शर्मा सर हों, प्लीज ऑनर करें। सर आप उत्तराखंड में हैं और कायम रखें उत्तराखंड की भूमि का एक मान सम्मान। धन्यवाद आपका। इसी क्रम को आगे लेते हुए मिस्टर नीरज कुमार सर, सीनियर ड्रग कंट्रोलर ऑफ उत्तराखंड, और उनका ऑनर करेंगे मिस्टर अशोक कक्कर सर, प्लांट हेड ऑफ इंटास। जोरदार तालियां, तालियों में कमी है, कमी नहीं रहनी चाहिए। इन तालियों की गूंज कानों में अच्छी लगती है। इसी क्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मिस्टर निशांत त्यागी सर, सीनियर लैब इंचार्ज देहरादून, आईपीएस चावला सर, ट्रेजरी डीएमए, ऑनरशिप देंगे। तालियां। अब दो फैसिलिटेट के लिए हमने नाम रखे हैं, उनका जो काम है उसके बारे में नाम लेने से पहले कुछ बताना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो किसके साथ ये सॉरी, इस क्रम में सॉरी लेते हुए मिस्टर एमएस राणा सर, ड्रग कंट्रोलर ऑफ उत्तराखंड, ड्रग्स इंस्पेक्टर ऑफ उत्तराखंड, मिस्टर पीके बंसल सर, याका फार्मा। वेलकम, तालियां। क्रम की सूची में काफी ऊपर नीचा हुआ है। धन्यवाद करता हूं सर आपका भी तहे दिल से। आपने उत्तराखंड को संजो कर रखा है, बांध कर रखा है। एक औषधि निर्माण वालों के साथ आपका जो स्थान है वो काफी ऊंचा है। अभी जो मैं दो नाम बात बता रहा था फैसिलिटेट के लिए, नाम बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड है, सीनियर हैं, एक्सपीरियंस है। हाँ। मिस्टर अशोक विल्ला सर, दो 2004-05 से जो फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज स्टैब्लिश हुई हैं, तब से फार्मा को एक पुशअप करने के लिए जो उनका सहयोग, हाँ पैटर्न भी है, करेक्ट है, तो इसके लिए भी बहुत धन्यवाद सर। एक छोटा सा शब्द है, एक छोटा सा वर्ड है सर, मैं आपके लिए कहना चाहूँगा। एक सेकंड, जो है, मैं अक्सर तस्वीरों को सफ़ेद छोड़ देता हूँ। विला सर के लिए एक थोड़ा सा मेरे को कोट किया है मैंने, मैं अक्सर तस्वीरों को सफ़ेद छोड़ देता हूँ, शायद इन्हें रंगों का इंतजार है। यस, जो दूसरा नाम है मिसेस रेखा कालानी मैम, उनका जो ऑनरशिप करेंगे हमारे रिस्पेक्टेड सर ताजवर सर से, बट उनके बारे में थोड़ा सा मैं बता दूं आपको। वुमेन्स इंटर्नशिप के लिए उनका जो सहयोग रहा है बहुत बड़ा है इंडस्ट्रीज फार्मा के अंदर। हाँ, तो इनका जो इंडस्ट्री में वुमेन के लिए तो भागीदारी है, बहुत बड़ी है। दिल से खोलकर तालियां बजाइए कृपया करके। वेलकम गेट टुगेदर में आप सभी का सहयोग मिला। आप सभी ने दिल से इस कार्यक्रम में जो शिद्दत की वो सराहनीय है। अब मैं ज़्यादा ना बोलते हुए अपने शब्दों को थोड़ा सा विराम दूंगा और इस कार्यक्रम को आगे संचालित करने के लिए मैं हमारे जनरल सेक्रेटरी ऑफ डीएमए मिस्टर संजय सिकारिया साहब से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो मंच पर आकर थोड़ा सा अपने विचारों को रखें। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद बेश जी। आपने वैसे ही बहुत गाथा उत्तराखंड की और हमारे एसोसिएशन के जितने भी मेंबर्स हैं उनकी करी है। और चीफ गेस्ट डॉक्टर ए के प्रधान सर, ज्वाइंट डीसीजीआई, और गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर श्री ताजवर सिंह जी, श्री सुधीर कुमार जी, श्री नीरज कुमार जी, श्री महेंद्र सिंह जी, डॉक्टर मनीष कुमार जी, श्री निशांत त्यागी जी, श्री अशोक विंडलास जी, श्री विनोद कलानी जी, को चेयरमैन फोप, प्रमोद कलानी जी, and friends from the industry. It is an honor to welcome the distinguished guests and all of you to be here to participate in this workshop on proposed changes in the Schedule M GMP. It's really an honor to host all of you, and I can see none of the chairs are empty, and you all have supported us in our endeavor to reach out, the regulatory team reaching out to all of you. So I'll brief you about the pharma industry in Uttarakhand. Pharma industry in Uttarakhand is over 300 units strong and a key supplier to India's domestic requirement and exporting to various countries worldwide. Various formulations and dosage forms are being manufactured. Over 70% of our units have been WHO GMP certified, and many have got higher certifications of regulated market such as PICS, UK MHRA, US FDA, TGA, etc. In the starting years of 2004 to 2007, trained manpower was in acute shortage in the starting years, but during the progression of the industry, it is now a good resource for us. Industry employs more than 75% of the local manpower. I'll tell you about our members, who all are our members. The Dehradun Pharma Cluster broadly comprises of Selaku Industrial Area, Pharma City and Sara Industrial Area in Doon Valley. With its inception in 2005, the member count of DMA from its comprising pharma cluster has grown to nearly 60 functional units. All units in the cluster have been structured and designed on the guidelines fabricated by CGMP, whatever has been applicable till date, and WHO. More than 80% of the units have been accredited by WHO GMP certifications, the COPP certifications. The cluster proudly boasts of a few US FDA, MHRA, TGA, MCC, NAFDAC, and many other countries' FDA approved units catering to export in the growth economies. The mission of the DMA. The main objective of the DMA is to strengthen pharma sector in the area of technology, quality, energy, and environment, implementation of Schedule M, a strategic initiative to modernize the pharmaceutical manufacturing and product quality, ensuring that regulatory review, compliance, and inspection policies are based on the state-of-the-art pharmaceutical science, enhance safety and quality in drug manufacturing while increasing efficiencies, provide quality products at affordable cost, readiness and one step forward towards the regulatory requirement, use of resources and local manpower of Uttarakhand, make the presence in global market by being recognized as a cluster, educate, inform, encourage, advise, and support companies, research organizations, and talent in order to stimulate their productivity, their R&D activities, and the transfer of their R&D results. We have been collaborating with some units which are from the larger sector like IPCA, INTAS. We have organized programs on GMP. Other than this program, there have been various programs that have been taken during the last few years. We also foster the implementation of collaborative R&D projects and employment in our territory. and how we achieve our objectives. DMA has put in place a number of action and services dedicated to people involved in life sciences in order to achieve our objectives, like awareness generation programs on CGMP, energy, and ICT, skill development to technical staff of QA, QC, production on GMP, GLP. I mean, the people who have been here since, the beginning, people must have shifted from one company to another company, but you have seen the DMA organizing such programs. Seminar on market opportunities, organizing national exposure visit to accredited units across the country, industry institutional linkage. We also encourage the local, there are so many pharmacy colleges around Dehradun, and we have been encouraging them by offering them placements in our member units. The future plans of DMA. Harnessing government's SPV proposal for aiding cluster development. DMA firms have formed up a cluster in Dehradun. The cluster's name, the SPV name is Uniscientific. It is being set up to streamline the processes in pharma business in Dehradun cluster. This would be a quality cartel that keeps the brand and standardization of our drugs in the robust shape. The key objectives of Uniscientific, the SPV, are to provide common testing facility in the vicinity to its members, act as a training center for technical upgradation of its member units, act as a facilitating R&D center, serve as a resource center with well-catalogued library facility, cater as a platform for clinical and bioequivalence studies, provide infrastructure for conducting stability studies by our member units, and rendering independent auditing services for third-party audits. Sir, in the last few months, we have noticed some flags on the quality of the products being manufactured in the country. It's a matter of concern that it has happened, though I don't know what all, that risk-based inspections would have taken out those facts. But as per the outcome of the risk-based inspections, many units across the country are still not GMP compliant in letter and spirit. But let me assure you, sir, all of us do understand the importance of quality and GMP in pharma industry, and will assure you on their behalf that all of us will strive towards our common goal of quality first. One suggestion which I want to make is to develop and make a rating system in pharma industry on the lines of, educational institutions. Like you can, they have this institution called NAC. They award A rating, B rating, C rating. Government should consider procuring material from not below a certain rating. This is my proposal. I hope you'll find worth consideration. I'm hopeful that this will improve the quality system across the industry. Thank you and welcome you once again to this workshop in Dehradun. May I request Mr. IPS Chawla, Treasurer, to kindly introduce our Chief Guest, Dr. A.K. Pradhan, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Good morning to all. It's a difficult task to introduce such a personality, but still I'll try to introduce him. Ladies and gentlemen, today it is an absolute honor to introduce a distinguished professional who has made invaluable contribution to the field of drug regulation. Mr. A.K. Pradhan, a name synonymous with expertise and dedication, has devoted almost more than 25 years of his career in critical domain. Mr. Pradhan started his journey in the realm of drug regulation at the Central Drug Laboratories, Kolkata, where he honed his skills and knowledge over 7 fruitful years in the Department of Pharmacology. In 1996, he took over significant step and career by transition to the Central CDSO, fast forwarding to today. He holds esteemed positions of Joint Drug Controller India, a role of immense responsibility and leadership. In the current capacity, Mr. Pradhan oversees numerous crucial divisions, including new drugs, investigational new drugs, subsequent new drugs, and ethics committee for clinical trials. His influence extends far beyond his daily responsibility as he is actively involved and contributes to various policies initiatives in medical products regulations. One of the most striking aspects of Mr. Pradhan's illustrious career is his involvement in shaping a framework of drug regulation in India. He has played a vital role in drafting rules, regulations, regulatory guidelines, and essentials to ensure the safety and efficacy of pharmaceuticals. Notable example of his contribution includes the new drug clinical trial rules 2019, which he has had a quite profound impact on the industry. He has also been instrumental in establishing guidelines for the evaluation of nanopharmaceuticals in India and regulatory guidelines for development of vaccines, with special consideration for the critical COVID-19 vaccine. It is indeed a privilege to have a professional of Mr. Pradhan's caliber amongst us, whose extensive experience and tireless dedication has left an incredible mark on the landscape of the drug regulation in India. His legacy of excellence is an inspiration to all of us in this field, and we look forward to learning from his wisdom, experience. Please join me in welcoming Mr. A.K. Pradhan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sanjay Chikaria sir and Mr. IPS Chawla sir for giving the valuables meanings of industries. अब मैं अगला एड्रेस बाय मिस्टर विनोद कालानी सर, एक्स प्रेसिडेंट FOP. Thank you sir. Clapping for all.
नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग। बड़ी मुझे आज खुशी की बात है कि DMA ने मुझे आज आप सब लोगों के बीच में आने का मौका दिया। श्री A.K. प्रधान जी, डॉक्टर A.K. प्रधान जी, ताजवर जी, ड्रग कंट्रोलर उत्तराखंड, अशोक गुंडलाल जी, Mr. Pramod Kalani, President DMA, Mr. Sanjay Sikaria, officers of CDSCO, officers of Drug Control Uttarakhand, my manufacturer friends, all senior friends I can see here, technocrats from the industry. Today we are meeting for a very important subject, Schedule M. So everybody knows about Schedule M in this industry. What is Schedule M? Anybody who is in pharmaceutical manufacturing would know what is Schedule M. This was revised in 2001 and was implemented in 2005. Even that time, industry was very active in trying to understand, all the associations were trying to understand what are the upgradations, what are the new changes, and everybody was worried. Like what will happen, what will not happen, and all that was going on. Then we met the government and requested them for an implementation time for 3 years. So that time the Schedule M, which came in 2001, was implemented in 2005. So after last so many years time, maybe it is almost 15 and 18 years. When we look back, we see that in the country, the industry has really matured in these last 18 years after that Schedule M. It has accepted what was there in the Schedule M and tried to upgrade their plants, their working. First of all, I would like to say that if you look at the history of Indian pharmaceutical industry, the Indian pharmaceutical industry has grown with the help of government. Any industry, it needs the support of government. So Indian pharmaceutical industry today is called pharmacy of the world, and it is there because of the support of the government and support of the regulators. Our regulators like Dr. Pradhan and his colleagues who are working in CDSCO and since last so many years, they really understand the value of MSME, the value of balancing what is there in regulations, what is there on the ground. As we see that in India, in every field, there is a gap between regulation and the practice. So that what you have in the act or what is being practiced, there is always some difference. There is always some gap. So now, as Sanjay ji mentioned regarding the risk-based inspections, or it was an unfortunate event that the export cough syrup issue happened in India. And that was a blatant mistake. I would say there was definitely a mistake of our fellow manufacturers who didn't test the basic thing like propylene glycol. So today, what music we are all facing is, that is the major reason that there are certain people among us, like, which is there in every field in the society. There are certain elements. So because of them, now everybody is under scanner. So definitely we understand that something needs to be done to stop such elements. So I can assure you, sir, the industry, there is majority are good people, are good entrepreneurs. They really understand the value of quality, and they try to upgrade as per the changes happening from time to time. Since now we are talking about new Schedule M, and we'll be knowing today that what are the new things which are going to be upgraded. While in the last Schedule M, there were certain things in documentation part which were like, where we, industry used to like maybe missing on certain documentation part, and regulators even they knew about it. But now if there is a need that it has to be done, then I can assure you the industry would definitely in next 6 months to 1 year would rise up to that and fulfill the gap. Even what gap is there from the current Schedule M. I would not say that everybody is perfect, nobody is perfect. There are certain practices, they goes on, they keep on upgrading. The documentation part is the biggest challenge, and that challenge as a pharmacist, I am also a pharmacist, I am working in this industry since 1977. What I have seen that many of the people are, they themselves upgrade their operations by understanding what is going on. From time to time, nobody needs to tell them. They try to get educated. They try to upgrade their working plants, and there is a self-discipline there. So, accordingly, what I realized that industry, in our people working in our industry, the major challenge to the industry was the skilled manpower, trained people in quality assurance, in quality control. This upgradation of people has happened in last 20 years. Before 2005, a lot of industry shifted here to Uttaranchal, to Himachal. These are the two major areas from various states. A lot of new plants were set up. That time, I used to meet the DCA, Dr. Mr. Ashwani Kumar. He used to tell me that pharma industry is not just building a building and putting up machines. It's a lot of culture. So suddenly, so many units are being shifted to new places. They are moving to new places. But just moving is not enough. It's a like culture. Pharma industry, you have to develop a culture. So any industry which is running since last 10, 20 years, they have their own culture. Biggest challenge for an entrepreneur is the right kind of manpower, technical manpower. So that has really upgraded in last 20 years, I can assure you that. Like after last Schedule M, I can see the changes going on, because we started from, when we joined this industry, the factories were in houses. Nobody knew about anything like quality assurance or anything about air handling systems. They were small units, maybe turnover less than 50 lakhs or 1 crore. But from that, we have traveled a lot. Today we are pharmacy of the world. And now the vision of our Honorable Health Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister, our Health Secretary, DCGI, is that now we have to move to the next level. I can assure you, sir, that industry is with you in all respect, and I really thank you very much for organizing these awareness programs all around the country, and this is helping understand the new your schedule M, which is in making. What are the new things which are coming? Although in this draft came in 2018 December, and in 2019, early 19, many associations, including FOP, had given their suggestions and objections related to MSME. अभी सबसे मेजर जो दिक्कत है वो MSME अभी चिंतित है कि नए शेड्यूल एम में क्या ऐसी चीज़ नहीं आ जाए जिससे कि MSME की एग्जिस्टेंस पे खतरा हो जाए। सबसे बड़ी जो शायद लोग आपको बताते हैं या नहीं बताते हैं, बट जो लोगों के मन में चिंता यह है कि जो इंडियन मॉडल है वो बेस्ड MSME पे है। आज 40% प्रोडक्शन इंडिया का MSME से हो रहा है। अब जहाँ छोटी इंडस्ट्री में काम होता है, जहाँ इतना प्रोफेशनलिज्म नहीं होता है, वहाँ कुछ न कुछ गलतियाँ भी डेफिनेटली होती होगी। पर मैंने जैसे देखा कि आज स्पेशली मैं उत्तरांचल की तारीफ़ करना चाहूँगा, मेरा बेस राजस्थान में भी है, गुजरात में भी है, पर जो मैंने उत्तरांचल में ताजबड़ जी और टीम का जो अप्रोच देखा, पॉजिटिव अप्रोच देखा, एक जो भरोसा करके काम करने की जो एक फितरत देखी, प्लस गलती करी तो फिर उसको कंट्रोल करने का भी जो मादा देखा, तो मैं अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ। और मैं चाहूँगा कि आज सभी मैन्युफैक्चर इस बात को आज जो इंडस्ट्री में मैं फ़र्क देखता हूँ कि आज हमारे राजस्थान में इंडस्ट्री का ही मतलब ऑन रिकॉर्ड में ये चीज़ बोल रहा हूँ कि नहीं पनप पाई 25 सालों में, उसमें बहुत बड़ा रोल रेगुलेटर्स का होता है कि जो प्रोडक्ट अप्रूवल्स आदमी को चाहिए होती हैं, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन चाहिए होता है, एक्सपोर्ट के लिए डॉक्यूमेंटेशन चाहिए होता है। अगर वो टाइम पे नहीं मिलेगा तो मैन्युफैक्चर क्या करेगा? मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को आप बोलेंगे वो 10 बार अपग्रेड करेगा, 10 बार डॉक्यूमेंट रखेगा, 10 बार आप जैसा कहेंगे वैसा करेगा, बट अगर उसको अपने कागज ही नहीं मिलेंगे तो वो आगे अपना बिजनेस ही मूव नहीं कर सकता है। उसका हौसला ख़त्म हो गया तो वो आप समझिए कि उसका इन्वेस्टमेंट कैपेबिलिटी, उसका आगे बढ़ने की क्षमता, वो सब खत्म हो जाती है। तो आज जो ये माहौल हो रहा है, मुझे डेफिनेटली आज देर इज़ ए जो संजय जी ने मेंशन किया रिस्क बेस्ड इंस्पेक्शन के बारे में, जो कि आज सारी इंडस्ट्री उसको लेके चिंतित है, वो उसमें डेफिनेटली आज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का भी या मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ का भी एक प्लान है कि जो मतलब बिल्कुल ही उस तरीके को जो इग्नोर करके चल रहे हैं लोग, या जो बिल्कुल ही कमर्शियल मेंटालिटी है, उस तरह की चीज़ों में उन चीज़ों को कंट्रोल किया जाए जिससे कि क्वालिटी इफेक्ट होती है। क्वालिटी के लिए जो हमारा सजेशन नेशनल लेवल पे भी हम जो रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं सरकार से, यही कर रहे हैं कि आप जैसे सरकार में जो परचेज करते हैं L1 में नहीं करके आप क्वालिटी 1 पे करें, क्वालिटी 2 पे करें, क्वालिटी को पैरामीटर बनाएं। अगर मैन्युफैक्चरर को या एंटरप्रेन्योर को रेट बेटर मिलेगी तो वो हर चीज़ करना उसके लिए पॉसिबल है, अपग्रेड भी करेगा, मैन पावर भी ज़्यादा सैलरी देगा, मतलब पूरा मॉडल नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने की ज़रूरत है इंडिया में। इंक्लूडिंग अगर शेड्यूल एम है तो साथ के साथ जो प्राइस मैन्युफैक्चरर को मिलती है वो भी एक मैटर ऑफ कंसर्न है। SME को आज प्राइस नहीं मिल रही है, सर्विस सेक्टर को आज प्राइस नहीं मिल रही है। शेड्यूल एम के साथ साथ हमें सबको ये सोचना चाहिए कि हाउ कैन वी गेट ए बेटर प्राइस, और सरकार से भी ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि आज जो टेंडर्स होते हैं, परचेज होती है, उसमें क्वालिटी बेस्ड पर परचेज हो। L1 बेस पर परचेज होने में क्या होता है कि आपको मार्जिन्स एक दूसरे को फैक्ट्री चलाने के उसमें आपके 2 साल के टेंडर होते हैं, साल भर के टेंडर होते हैं, मार्जिन्स आपके होते नहीं हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स उसमें मार खा जाते हैं। और अगर आपको प्रॉफिट नहीं है तो आप शेड्यूल एम में जो आज के दिन जो नया इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है, आज कम से कम 3 से 5 करोड़ का जो हम सोचते हैं कि नया इन्वेस्टमेंट एक एमएसएमई को होएगा, उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट ने जो स्कीम दी है पीटीओएस की, उसमें कुछ प्रैक्टिकल डिफ़िकल्टीज आ रही हैं जो हम लोग सेपरेटली टेकअप कर रहे हैं। जो नॉर्मल कैपिटल सब्सिडी, उसमें 20% की सब्सिडी है और 5 करोड़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट तक आपको 1 करोड़ तक की मैक्सिमम सब्सिडी है, बट उसमें कई प्रैक्टिकल डिफ़िकल्टीज़ हैं, वो लोग उसके लिए उसका फ़ायदा नहीं उठा पा रहे हैं। वो भी सॉर्ट आउट हो जाएं तो मेरे ख्याल से जो नया शेड्यूल एम आ रहा है उसमें जो लोग नया इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाह रहे हैं उसका वो फ़ायदा उठा सकते हैं। सो मैंने आपका बहुत समय लिया और बहुत बहुत संजय जी, प्रमोद जी और आप सभी देहरादून के मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को मेरा बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Thanks, heartier thanks to Honorable Mr. Vinod Kalani, sir, ex-president of FOPE. He put the valuable inputs on existing Schedule M and expected revise of Schedule M. The meaning of all the speech, that's the enforce of quality-based products and also affordable cost. यदि ये कम्बिनेशन बन जाए अच्छी क्वालिटी और एक कीमत के साथ, तो मैन्युफैक्चरर और यूज़र दोनों को बेनिफिट होगा। अगेन थैंक्स। अभी जो नेक्स्ट कार्यक्रम एड्रेसिंग है उससे पहले एक छोटा सा कोट है। अच्छे लोगों की सबसे बड़ी खाबी यही होती है कि उन्हें याद रखना नहीं पड़ता, वो याद हमेशा रहते हैं। तो इसी क्रम में हम आगे चलते हैं और मैं ऑनरेबल जो हमारे ड्रग कंट्रोलर ऑफ उत्तराखंड लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटी मिस्टर ताजवर सर से अनुरोध करूंगा, प्लीज़ एड्रेस करें और जोरदार तालियों के साथ वेलकम कीजिए।
हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल। सबसे पहले तो मैं प्रधान जी का स्वागत करता हूं कि आप एक ऐसे विषय पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं जिसकी हमें सख्त ज़रूरत है। आज हमारे पड़ोसी हमसे कम्पीट कर रहे हैं और हम पिछड़ जाएंगे, इसलिए हमें सुधरना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अभी मैं आप सभी लोगों को सुना, आपने सब कुछ कह ही दिया है, अब मुझे कहने के लिए तो कुछ बचा नहीं। मैं करने की बात करूँगा कि आप लोग जो है अभी रिस्क बेस्ड इंस्पेक्शन चल रहे हैं, बहुत सारी कमियाँ हमारी हैं और हम सुधरने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं। मैं चाहूँगा कि आप लोग अपने को सुधारिए। कोई रेगुलेटर ये नहीं चाहता कि आपकी फैक्ट्री बंद की जाए या आपके खिलाफ कोई ऐसा एक्शन लिया जाए, लेकिन हमें सुधरना बहुत जरूरी है। और मैं चाहता हूँ इसके लिए जो आज प्रधान जी अपने चर्चा करने वाले हैं उस पर आप लोग जरा गौर से सुनिएगा और उसको करने की कोशिश करिए, क्योंकि हम पिछड़ जाएंगे नहीं तो पड़ोसी आगे बढ़ जाएगा और हम नहीं चाहते कि हम जहाँ बढ़ चुके हैं हम उससे बैक फुट पे आए हैं। तो मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ प्रधान जी का दोबारा से स्वागत करता हूं कि आप अपने शब्दों को कहेंगे। थैंक यू।
गुड मॉर्निंग। प्रमोद कलानी जी, प्रेसिडेंट डीएमए, हमारे कोलीग ताजवीर सिंह जी, ड्रग कंट्रोलर लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटी उत्तराखंड, विनोद कलानी जी जो बहुत पहले से, वो जब मैं निर्माण भवन में शुरू में ज्वाइन किया था तब से उनका साथ बहुत सारे हमने डिस्कशन ये किया है। संजय जी, जनरल सेक्रेटरी डीएमए, अशोक जी जो भी बहुत पुराने जो फार्मा सेक्टर के कई लोग होता है ना स्टॉलवर्ड, तो वो उनसे ज्ञान प्राप्त होता है सबको। all delegates, ladies and gentlemen, मेरा साथ हमारे CDSO colleagues and also colleagues from Uttarakhand Drug Control Association Authority. तो आज हम यहाँ सारे एकत्रित हुए हैं. As we all know कि we are going to discuss a very important initiatives which is being taken by government, that revision of Schedule M. And Schedule M का importance क्या है, what is the objective and all these things. It is not that it is a new thing. It is known to all of us because we are associated with this sector since quite long times. But today's workshop, I think, is part of government initiatives which has been taken to disseminate and sensitize the stakeholders regarding this revision or upgradation, whatever you call, upgradation of good manufacturing practices under Schedule M. Because this is one of the initiatives that is being taken, and it is not that this is the only one. During the last, if you see 5-7 years, government has taken various measures and initiatives to streamline and strengthen this whole ecosystem and including regulatory system in the country. Because our pharma industry, as Binod Kalaniji has already mentioned in his talk, that our pharma industry has traveled a long distance since its 20-30 years back. And today we call that our pharma industry is pharmacy of world, because they are supplying medicines to the domestic as well as all over the world, be it regulated country like US or European Union or countries in other parts of the world. So these initiatives, as I have already mentioned, that is part of government initiatives which has been taken, out of which 3-4 main initiatives that has been taken during the last few years, as we all know, through amendment of drugs and cosmetics rules, making it mandatory, the requirement of bioequivalence study, requirement of stability studies, requirements of, in general, product development data. Because we know that continuous improvement in the regulatory system, in whole ecosystem of pharma sector is necessary. Because as we grow, then it actually, increases competition. Competition not only at the domestic level, as ताजवीर सिंह जी बोल रहे थे कि हमारा पड़ोसी आगे निकल जाएगा, हम पीछे रह जाएंगे. तो that is also competition. Competition within our system, within the country, and also competition at the global level. We all know, because if you are today pharmacy of world, then obviously there is also competition. Many small countries are, exporting their drugs to many countries. And therefore, this competition actually is needed also. Such type of competition helps improving the system and, plugging the loopholes, whatever is there in the system, to ensure continual improvement in the system and, obviously, which leads to improvement in quality, safety, efficacy of the medical products. Because Schedule M, we know, it is, as Vinod Kalani ji has already mentioned that drug is not like something that, you put a building and construct a building or facility by putting all these things and, okay, now you have completed your job. But in case of pharma or drug manufacturing, as you all know, it is not only the setting up of facilities. You have to have a continuous, system in your place, which will ensure the consistency and the robust procedures for manufacturing of the drug as per requirements, as per guidelines, to meet the objective that whatever drug or medicine that is produced from your facility, it meets the requirement and expectation. And therefore, many a times, suppose if you have done something, that also needs to be documented. Because without documentation again, you will not be able to show that you have done it. That is also true, because not only improvement of system and improvement of whole, procedures or activities that you are having, you have to also, in addition to ensuring quality, safety, efficacy, you have to gain, trust and confidence also. That is also important. Suppose you are doing everything, but if you are not able to, produce what you are doing, if you are not able to indicate your procedure system, then obviously that is also a, gap. Then how you will gain or how you will build the trust and confidence on your system. And that is required also. Because as competition increases, unless you are able to gain confidence and trust of your system, then ultimately you have to suffer, in long run. That also you have to keep it in mind. Therefore, continuous improvement in your system is required, and as part of that initiatives, this one of the important component, that is good manufacturing practice, which is going to be revised, and it is being upgraded to make it harmonized at par with the global standards. Because good manufacturing practices is already there since, in our regulatory provision since a long time, but this new revised Schedule M, which are going to be implemented, what will be the, base changes in basic understanding or, the framework, that I will be discussing and I will be explaining in my presentation. But the point is that whole world is also looking the pharma industry in India, because just few days back we were having a meeting with CEDAR, US FDA, the director and his team, and we were there. They are saying that, you see, we import many drugs, lot of generic drugs into US, and therefore we are also always, in a situation where we take all those activities to ensure that there is no break in the supply chain. Because they import lot of drugs from India, they are anxious that if any facilities, are found to be non-compliant by them, and if they import restriction, then indirectly that affect us on their country, because there will be a, impact on the supply chain of medicine from India to USA. Therefore, they are, vigilant and they keep on monitoring the facilities from where they import their drugs, so that those facilities continuously remain vigilant and their system and procedures remains up to the mark as per requirements and standards, and they don't have to impose any import restriction or something. So they are very much, with the system, and therefore it is in their interest that they continuously monitor the facilities from where the drug is exported from India. So the same system in domestic, at domestic level also. Here also we have seen during COVID time, in order to maintain the supply chain at the domestic level, we all together, we worked 24/7 basis, as you all know. All pharma industries were, involved in maintaining the supply chain during the COVID time, because we used to work day and night to collect information on daily basis from industry. And we know how industry was proactive, and they actually forget, they forgot everything and put their efforts into the system to ensure that supply chain is maintained and there is no scarcity of medicines. So our pharma industry is a very important, sector, and as already Vinod Kalaniji has mentioned, pharma industry is not like other industry. It is a technology-driven industry, and therefore your system, procedures, or whatever activities you do, you have to keep a strong, monitoring system on your own system, so that the consistency is maintained and the quality is always, ensured, and you are able to provide public assurance that the product which is being manufactured from your facility, that meets the requirement of quality standards. That is the main objective. And therefore, good manufacturing practice is a requirements and guidelines to actually, ensure that the product meets the quality standards if you follow those requirements and guidelines of good manufacturing practices. And therefore, continuous improvement, continuous, upgradation is also necessary, as our good manufacturing practices guideline, which was actually, implemented in 2005. After that, long time has already, we have traveled a lot of, distance, and today we are in a place that we have to upgrade our system, upgrade our regulatory framework in terms of good manufacturing practices. And the draft rule was published in 2018, we all know. And thereafter, lot of discussion, interaction have gone into, not only with the stakeholders or manufacturers or industry associations, but also within the different departments, organization of Government of India and other state governments also. And government obviously want to actually bring this change in such a way that before implementation or before bringing this into the law, everybody is sensitized. Everybody, whoever is involved, they are sensitized, and they, get a feeling that yes, they will be able to meet the requirements of new Schedule M, new provisions of good manufacturing practices. And therefore, this is a workshop where today we all have gathered here in this Dev Bhumi of Uttarakhand, I think, to discuss a very important aspects which will actually ensure and which will take us to a stage where tomorrow we can actually say that our regulatory system, our standards is at par with the global standards. And whole, globe, they also think that positively, and they actually, think that whatever drug or medicine which is coming from India, that will be of assured quality. That is our objective also. And at the same time, the drug and medical products which are put to domestic supply chain, also the public expectation and public assurance has to be met and has to be ensured. And therefore, today's interaction, I think this is going to be a very interactive workshop, and I hope that everybody is very enthusiastic to discuss, and this is a collaborative effort, and with cooperation and understanding and hand-holding of all, I think whoever is involved in this drug sector or pharma sector, they will be able to meet these requirements, and they will be able to, upgrade their system to meet the new requirements or new guidelines. With this, and I would also like to thank DMA Uttarakhand for organizing, for taking initiatives to organize this workshop, and I think today we will have a fruitful discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
थैंक्स टू ऑनरेबल डॉक्टर ए के प्रधान साहब। उन्होंने उत्तराखंड के साथ साथ भारत सरकार के द्वारा चलाए जा रहे इंडस्ट्रीज़ के बारे में बताया कि उनको क्वालिटी के ऊपर एक और जिसको वर्ड लगा दिया जाए हाई, उच्च क्वालिटी की रिक्वायरमेंट है। तो उच्च क्वालिटी के लिए कुछ शेड्यूल में प्रपोज्ड रिविजन्स रखे जा रहे हैं। उनका जो डिटेल्स है वो सर ही बताएंगे आगे। अब मैं इसी क्रम को आगे रखते हुए वोट ऑफ थैंक्स, तो अभी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए मैं करूँगा मिस्टर प्रमोद कालनी सर से रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा, डीएमए ऑफ प्रेसिडेंट, कि वो एड्रेस करें वोट ऑफ थैंक्स को। थैंक यू।
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. Dr. Pradhan, Joint Director, CDCO. On behalf of Drug Manufacturing Association, Dehradun, I would like to express our heartiest gratitude for the talking time of your busy schedule for inspiring our technical heads on focus on quality through various tools and practice, and creating awareness on the revised Schedule M. Sir, your presence and participation will certainly boost the morale of our business leaders and augment the quality of drugs. You will be happy to know that the session initiated by your office have received very good response throughout the pharma industry. I also extend my gratitude to our guest of honor, Shri Tajbar Singh Ji, whose continued support and guidance have always encouraged us and will help in promoting our to both domestic and international market. Sir, we look forward to similar support from you in future. ताजवर साहब को सेक्रेटरी साहब ने बुला लिया इसलिए वो चले गए अभी अर्जेंटली, तो इसलिए वो भी मैंने बोला मेरे को. Sir, we look forward to similar support from you in future. My sincere thanks to all dignitaries and heads of organization accepting the invitation and making the event a huge success. इस मौके पर आज यहाँ प्रेजेंट सभी फार्मा कंपनी के टेक्निकल ऑफिसर को मैं कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ. हमें ये समझना है कि हमारा काम का महत्व कितना बड़ा है. हम जो मेडिसिन बनाते हैं उन पर पेशेंट के द्वारा विश्वास किया जाता है. उन्हें हमारी दवाओं पर पूरा यकीन है और हमें उनका ये विश्वास टूटने नहीं देना चाहिए. सभी को याद रखना चाहिए कि हमारा काम हमारे समाज के लिए एक जिम्मेदारी है और हमें ये जिम्मेदारी डेडिकेटेड होकर निभानी है. हम सभी को अपने काम को महत्वपूर्ण तरीके से करने का संकल्प लेना चाहिए और सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए कि हाई स्टैंडर्ड्स का पालन करते हैं ताकि हमारे पेशेंट विश्वास कर सके हमारी दवाएं उनके स्वास्थ्य के लिए अच्छी है. आज मैं आप सभी से आग्रह करता हूं कि हम अपने काम को एक नई ऊंचाई तक पहुंचाएं और ये प्रतिज्ञा करें कि हमारी दवाएं हमेशा गुणवत्ता और सुरक्षा के मामले में सेफ हो. ये आज सब लोगों को करनी चाहिए प्रतीक्षा और सबको डेडिकेटेडली और सिंसियरली काम करना चाहिए, एटलीस्ट टेक्निकल लोगों को. बिकॉज ऑफ आपके कारण ही सब दवाएं सही जाएगी, नहीं तो इस समाज में सबको मालूम है कि गलत लोग भी बहुत आए हुए हैं, बहुत फेक मेडिसिन्स भी मार्केट में आ रही है, सब स्टैंडर्ड भी आ रही है. तो जितना आप लोग हम लोगों को सही तरीके से सही चीज़ गाइड करेंगे इंडस्ट्री उसी हिसाब से आगे जाएगी. थैंक यू. इस मौके पे मैं एक बात और आप लोगों से करना चाहता हूँ कि ये अभी इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट हो रही है. सारे इंडस्ट्रियल हेड्स को बोल रहा हूँ, दिसंबर में यहाँ इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट हो रही है. तो ताजवर साहब अभी रिक्वेस्ट करके गए हैं कि आप सब लोगों को बोल दें कि आप लोग ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इंडस्ट्री यहाँ एक्सपांशन करें, इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट में अपना रोल करें. और लास्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट में भी फार्मा ने जब कमिटमेंट किए थे करीब 1100 करोड़ के किए थे, वो सारे करीब पूरे हो गए. फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज लास्ट 7-8 ईयर्स में यहाँ बहुत आई है और यहाँ फार्मा इंडस्ट्री का एक अच्छा माहौल भी है, एटमॉस्फेयर भी है. करीब ओवरऑल 300-400 यूनिट्स हैं, 15,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट है. सब तरह से यहाँ एक माहौल अच्छा है. तो मेरा आप लोगों से निवेदन है कि आप अपने बॉसेस से या अपने इंडस्ट्री के मालिकों से आगे बोलिए कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इस इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट में भी यहाँ इन्वेस्ट करें और अपने एक्सपांशन यहाँ करें, नई चीज़ें के लाएँ. ये ताजवर साहब भी स्पेशली बोल के गए कि आप सब लोगों को अनाउंस कर दिया जाए. थैंक यू.
Again, thanks to respected Kalani sir, to vote of thanks. एक हल्का सा एक कोट है, इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए है, सभी के लिए है. जितना बड़ा सपना होगा उतनी बड़ी तकलीफ होगी. जितना बड़ा सपना होगा उतनी बड़ी तकलीफ होगी और जितनी बड़ी तकलीफ होगी उतनी ही बड़ी कामयाबी होगी. तो मैं सर से कहता हूँ वो करें आगे.
Inaugural session has come to a conclusion. Now I'll request Dr. A.K. Pradhan sir to kindly go ahead with the session 1 on awareness of revised schedule M. Tea and coffee is available round the clock. एंड आप लोग बाहर जाके ले सकते हैं, पी सकते हैं और सेशन चलेगा. सर
Thank you. I think now we are going to start our real business of discussing the revision of Schedule M, good manufacturing practices. So, as I have already mentioned, this is one of the many initiatives that has been taken or is being taken by government for strengthening and streamlining the regulatory system in the country and to ensure continuous improvement in the system, in the quality, and also in terms of trust and confidence on the system. So, my presentation will actually includes some background and then objective of workshop we have already mentioned, although significance of good manufacturing practices, and then why do we need revision of Schedule M, and the most important aspects, that comparison between existing and new revised Schedule M. So, a background, because these are not anything which is new. We all know, we have already mentioned that in whole healthcare system, in public health system of any country, that drugs or medicine plays a very important role and a major role with all other aspects, including the hospitals or healthcare professional, paramedical staffs. Everything should be there, but at the same time, you have to have the adequate availability of quality medicine in the whole any healthcare system of any country. That is known to all, we all know. Therefore, drug is not like commodities, or other commodities, and therefore whole this regulatory system and regulatory framework is absolutely necessary, along with the efforts and endeavor that is taken by the stakeholders involved in this pharma sector. And drug regulation, therefore, actually is an inevitable, part of this whole ecosystem to ensure quality, safety, efficacy of the product. Because, and therefore, the drug regulatory framework will have all those details requirements, details guidelines, details conditions of license, manufacturing, etc., etc. And pharma industry, as I have already mentioned, and all the speakers have already mentioned, that pharma industry has played a very important role, not only in the domestic but also at the global level. And we know Indian pharma industry is very strong in supplying generic medicine to all over the globe, and it has, therefore, a very high impact on public health system at the domestic as well as at the global level. And I was mentioning that the Indian medicine goes to not only regulated few countries but also many countries all over the world. And therefore, that to sustain the status or to maintain the status of pharmacy of world, that pharma industry or pharma sector and whole regulatory system has to be up to the standards which actually gains the trust and confidence of the stakeholders, including consumers. And also consumers not only at the domestic level but also at the global level. And all countries are looking at India for medicines, as we all know. And I was also mentioning that other countries' regulators, they are also equally, sensitive that the product which are coming from India and this whole supply chain, there should not be any disruption because of some non-compliance issue at the manufacturing facility or at the manufacturer's level. Therefore, that compliance to the requirements, to the guidelines is very important because it ensures the quality of the medicine which is manufactured, and also that actually helps in gaining trust and confidence of the stakeholders and including consumers. And therefore, this compliance to Schedule M obviously is mandatory because, drug or medicine being a commodity where you have to ensure, you have to provide public assurance that whatever drug is manufactured and supplied, that is as per the required standards and guidelines, and it has been manufactured in a facility which is compliant to good manufacturing practices. That is very important. So objective of workshop, we have already mentioned that this is part of, a series of workshops that is being conducted across the country, and already we have participated, we have interacted in workshop in Kolkata, in Ahmedabad, in Hyderabad, Mumbai, Bangalore, Indore, etc. And this today we are going to discuss in this workshop the revision of Schedule 1, which will actually sensitize and also which will make the stakeholders to understand what is the new things that is coming up and how that can be actually taken up and how they can upgrade their system to meet the new requirements. What is the new requirements, and also how they can upgrade the their system to make it compliant with the new requirements, and to disseminate new provision to all stakeholders to make manufacturers ready for implementation. Because as I have already mentioned, the draft rule was published in 2018, but since then, 5 years have already crossed. During that 5 years, the government actually had lot of interaction with the stakeholders, with the various departments, organizations, and considered all suggestions, objections that was received from the stakeholders in response to the draft rule published in 2018. And now government has decided that now the time has come that we have to implement the new provision for good manufacturing practices. Because one way, the most important thing for making new provision mandatory is obviously to ensure the quality standards as per the improved requirements or current requirements and guidelines. And the other thing also, that India should be seen, that India's regulatory system, regulatory requirements, and also the performance and activities of the stakeholders are at par with the global standards. And that will actually help India in gaining trust and confidence from other parts of the world, which will actually, help and which will boost further exports from India. If you have a strong system, if you have a robust regulatory system, and then obviously the other parts of the world will not hesitate to take their medicine from India. Therefore, having a robust, system will actually help in not only ensuring the quality of the drugs, but also it helps to, boost the exports and to increase their supply and to other countries and other parts of the world. Uniformity in interpretation and implementation is also another objective of this workshop, because we have seen during the last many years in our system we have central drug regulators and also the state regulators at state level. There have been issues and concerns regarding interpretation and implementations of the rules and regulatory requirements across the country. That bringing uniformity is an important aspect to ensure the quality of the products. That is also true. Therefore, this type of workshop will also help in bringing uniformity into the system in terms of interpretation and implementation of provisions of good manufacturing practices. So expected outcomes, that manufacturer will have understanding about the new provisions or upgraded provisions of good manufacturing practices, and there will be significant awareness on the new provisions. At the same time, upgradation of knowledge, because these workshop, it is not that we don't know, all the experts are here in good manufacturing practices. They know, those who are involved in manufacturing of drugs, they are very much aware about good manufacturing practices. But even that, during interaction and collaborative workshop, the knowledge and skill of the experts also further increase. And therefore, this kind of interactive workshop is important for increasing the knowledge and upgrading the knowledge in terms of good manufacturing practices. And ultimately, all these activities and exercise will help in smooth implementation of new provisions. So, history of GMP, that is also known for us who are involved in manufacturing of products, because earlier in 1961 there were requirements of equipments and premises which were incorporated in 1961 without specific mention of good manufacturing practices. So that time there are provisions which mentioned about the requirements of basically equipment and premises. But the first amendment that was done based on WHO guidelines, that was in 1986, and from there these good manufacturing practices that actually started gaining focus on this issue. And last revision that was made in the good manufacturing practices provision was in 2001, as we have already mentioned, and it was implemented in 2005. And that was also based on 1992 WHO GMP guidelines. And that is existing as on today also. So existing Schedule M is also talking many aspects, many important aspects which are otherwise actually important in current good manufacturing practices also. But certain, there are certain changes, certain emphasis that is being, put on new provisions that I will be discussing in my successive slides. And the draft rule was published in 2018, which is going to be implemented soon. Because why this draft was published in 2018, why the government felt that there is a need to modify our good manufacturing practices guidelines under Schedule M in 2018. That also I would like to mention, because you all know that in our system we issue, good manufacturing practices certificate, GMP certificates as per Schedule M. And also we issue good manufacturing practices as per WHO guidelines, and certificate of pharmaceutical product which is as per WHO guidelines. So in 2016, 17, 18 and before that also, there was a question, frequent questions were coming from the policymaker at government level. Ki you say that we are having 10,000 manufacturing premises, and out of which you say that 1,500 or 2,000 are WHO GMP certificate holder. Then why it is so? Because Schedule M is also good manufacturing practices, and WHO GMP is also good manufacturing practices. And then why there are two systems? One is good manufacturing practices certificate as per Schedule M, other is good manufacturing practices certificate as per WHO guidelines. This was the question. And why there are 10,000 manufacturers who are having good manufacturing certificate as per Schedule M, and only 1,500 or 2,000 are having good manufacturing practices certificate as per WHO. Why it is so? This was the question from policymakers, and lot of discussions. And not only that, you all know, because many procurement agency, they actually put a condition while they issue tender. One of the conditions in case of many procurement is that the manufacturer should be, having COPPs, certificate of pharmaceutical product. That means the manufacturer is compliant to the requirements of WHO GMP. That is also one of the requirements, which is actually part of tender conditions by many government procurement agency. So that was also a question. Why that is the things? Because we have our own rule, regulation, we have our good manufacturing practices, which is law of the country, and whereas our procurement agency, they ask that no, in addition to that, they should also have good manufacturing practices certificate as per GMP or certificate of pharmaceutical product, which is as per WHO guidelines, which is not part of our law. So this was the questions. And then they came to know that okay, that means there is a difference between our good manufacturing practices, which is there in our rule, and WHO good manufacturing practices guidelines. Then the question came, then why we should not make our good manufacturing practices at par with WHO good manufacturing practices guidelines. So that was the actually origin, and accordingly it was felt that we should amend our good manufacturing practices guideline under Schedule M, and we should make it at par with the global standards. And therefore, after detailed discussion, deliberation, and also after deliberation in Drug Technical Advisory Board, government actually published these draft rules. And this draft GSR, that is Good Manufacturing Practices Guidelines, revision in Schedule M, that was published in 2018. Also, after preparing the draft and drafting the content after detailed discussion and interaction. That time we prepared this draft. Before publication of this draft notification also, we had prepared different documents also, various type of documents. Ultimately, the draft which was published, it is as per WHO GMP guidelines. And WHO GMP guidelines, again, you see WHO has many guidelines for good manufacturing practices, including guidelines on HVAC system, guidelines on water system, guidelines on packaging of the products, guidelines on stability studies, etc., etc. Many guidelines are there. So initially we thought that we should draft this rule or revision for revision of Schedule M by bringing all those guidelines and all these things. But later on it was discussed and deliberated, and the draft notification was published, which is as per WHO guidelines and basic principles and all these requirements, and also certain specific requirements for specific products that has been incorporated. That is in line with WHO guidelines. So now what are the concerns and challenges? Because we all know that recently there are concerns and challenges regarding quality of the products, and also concerns and challenges on the system that we follow, which are as follows. The first and foremost thing is multi-product manufacturing facilities. Means we have a system that has been practiced and exercised during the last many years, where a particular facility is involved in manufacturing of various different kinds of products, and not manufacturing strictly. A particular facility, for a particular facility, one manufacturer is having hundreds of license, hundreds of product license, but maybe only few of those products are manufactured in that particular facility, and maybe different products are manufactured in the same facility at different point of time, depending on the demand. Because there are facilities where they have product license for various products, but only that manufacturing of those products are carried out where there is a demand, certain demand from procurement agency or from some other marketing companies, that you manufacture this product now. But that facility is having product license for many different products. And we all know, manufacturing of multi-products in a specific facility is a challenge, because there, unless you have all those system and robust system and procedures in place, there is a concern that how will you maintain your quality standards in your facilities. And loan licensing also, because we have a system of loan licensing. Again, loan licensing, same facility which is owned by one company, and again for that same facility there are multiple loan licensee also. So there is a complexity in our system, and all these raises concerns and challenges for smooth implementation of the procedures and process system which is otherwise required for good manufacturing practices, as part of good manufacturing practices. And as I have already mentioned, batches not produced regularly, because you have many product license, but you manufacture sometimes this product and then different product depending on demand. And again, another important concerns and challenge is that concept of formulation development. That is lacking. Because whenever we used to interact with our policy maker, and also in our DGHS, Directorate General of Health Services earlier, they used to ask that you see how these products are licensed and how they develop this product, whether the required developmental studies are conducted for each and every product before actually license is granted. So those are the concerns. And I remember earlier, in 2013, 14, 15, there are a lot of concerns when there was issue of bioequivalence study. That earlier Director General of Health Services, who was a doctor, obviously, and also he was MS in Safdarjung Hospital, Delhi. He was repeatedly, raising this concern. That tell us that, because I have seen that for a particular patient, if I give this product, it is not actually giving the therapeutic response. But when I change from this product to that product, X to Y of different companies, that were effective. Why it is so? Then he, through interaction with us, with regulator, they came to know the whole system picture in our country, that what are the system, how the drug is developed, how new drug is developed, how generic drug is developed, and how it is licensed, what are the studies which are required in different parts of the world. So he was consistently, raising concern that why these products have not gone through bioequivalence studies, why the product have not gone through stability studies before actual commercial manufacturing and releasing the product into the market. So this concept of formulation development, right now I think most of the manufacturers and almost all manufacturers may have clarity that what is the formulation development, why it is required, even before licensing. Therefore, government actually started thinking that way and took initiatives to amend the rules. And therefore, in 2017, as you all know, government came out with an amendment that for all products, that excipient safety, its compatibility and stability studies, etc. must be there before a product is licensed for manufacturing. And the rule was amended accordingly. Because earlier, as part of condition for grant of license, there are some requirement for patent and proprietary medicine. That means those products which were not pharmacopoeial product. But in 2017, government amended that provision, making it mandatory for all products, whether it is pharmacopoeial or non-pharmacopoeial, that stability studies, pharmaceutical as excipient compatibility studies, excipient safety, etc., have to be evaluated, and through conduct of all those studies, and that has to be submitted to the licensing authority. After that, license should be granted. And similarly, in 2018, as we all know, government amended the rule, bringing bioequivalence study mandatory for the product licensing. And as per pharmaceutical classification, for BCS class 2 and class 4 products, bioequivalence study is mandatory if it is in oral dosage form. That was incorporated in 2018. Similarly, excipient compatibility studies is also important as part of formulation development, along with stability and viability bioequivalence study. Now the concerns is that concept of formulation development, obviously, and all those concerns are there. In addition to that, there is a concern about quality culture at all levels. Because unless the manufacturing facility or manufacturers and all stakeholders, they have to work continuously to improve the quality culture that is in their system. And that culture has to be brought into the system through, obviously, that is actually another objective of having good manufacturing practices as per the global standards. If you follow good manufacturing practices, obviously that quality culture will be, there. It will be ensured that you have a quality culture in your system. And similarly, the continuous training, yes, as Vinod Kalaniji was mentioning in his speech, that when that pharma business was started long back in 2005 or so, obviously there are gap in terms of competent technical skill, technical manpower. But now I think India is in a stage where we have all those things in place. We have skilled technical manpowers, we have state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities. Most of the facilities are, they meet the global standard also. We know that we have, highest number of US FDA approved facility outside US, and also facilities which are approved by MHRA and other European agencies and others. But the point is that we have to have the whole ecosystem improved and strengthened. Therefore, by way of strengthening and streamlining the whole ecosystem, we will be able to ensure again two things. First and foremost thing, obviously, that assurance of quality of the products, and the second thing is trust and confidence of our system. So both the things are required. Therefore, this quality culture at all levels through mandatory compliance of guidelines and requirements of good manufacturing practices is very important. Continual improvement in the quality, that is also a concern, because it is not that today we are maintaining this quality so that quality will remain forever, because with which advancement of science, technology, expectation, and whole scenario, we have to exercise the activities in such a way that there is a continuous improvement in the quality. And in this WHO, good manufacturing practices guidelines, that is also has been spelled out. You have to have continuous improvement in your quality culture also. And the last thing of this, which is also a concerns and challenges, is obviously data integrity. And there are instances where there are issues of data integrity at the domestic level and also, at various other level also, because data integrity, if you have done and if you have documented, then you can prove that yes, you are complying with the requirement. If you have done but you have not documented, then again there is a deficit or lapse on your part. Because ultimately, if that lapse and gap is there, it will rebound on you only. That will cause, and that will have an adverse impact on the trust and confidence on your system, on your manufacturing capability, although you might have done everything perfectly. Therefore, documentation, yes, there may be a requirement of little more resource, but that is also very important. It is not that you have done everything, but you have not documented, because in pharma sector, that is also important. And data integrity, at all cost, we have to ensure data integrity. There is no way that can be actually compromised, or wherever there is any issue in your system, because sometimes what happens, the management may not be aware what is being done at the very lowest level, whether if there is any lack of clarity or something is being done which is not as per the requirement, which may raise concerns regarding data integrity, that should be dealt accordingly to ensure that there is no compromise on ensuring the data integrity. And data integrity has to be ensured in your system. Whoever is involved, everybody should be made aware, and your system should be designed, planned and implemented in a way which will actually ensure data integrity. And you can show the system, you can prove whenever required that no, you are having foolproof system to have data integrity. So this is very important. Although it is all known things to everybody, but still we are highlighting here to know the importance and why we are going to change the regulatory provision in respect of GMP. So, importance of GMP, because we know all individual units are not tested before release. There is a procedure that you have to test all batches, each and every batches that is manufactured, you have to test, and if through the testing, if it is found to be in order, if it is meeting the required standard, then you have to release. Otherwise, you cannot release the product. But suppose you are having a batch size of 1 lakh, 2 lakh tablets or 5 lakh tablets, you cannot test each and every tablets during your batch testing or batch release certificate. So you will test certain number of tablets, say 100 tablets or 200 tablets you have taken and you have tested and you have generated a certificate analysis, and which is passing as per the requirements, as per the specification, So you are releasing the product. So that manufacturing procedures and system should ensure that all the units of tablet or capsules in that same batch, that is 5 lakh tablets or 2 lakh tablets, whatever is the batch size, they will have the same quality in a consistent manner. Then only you will be able to ensure that the certificate of analysis that you have generated, that is actually enough to ensure that each and every units of that batch will have same quality and same standards. Because we have seen many a times, if you see even from appearance, that capsule, out of 10 capsule, 15 capsule, there are some units you will see that damaged and powder has come out. Why that will happen? Because of lack of proper system in your good manufacturing practices. So therefore, good manufacturing practices is very important to ensure quality of each and every units of a particular batch which is being manufactured and released into the market. And consumers are not able to assess the quality, because drug is a different commodity. Here, consumer has no such scope to get it tested and assess regarding quality before actually he consume it. Because consumer depends on assurance from the government, from the manufacturer, and from the all stakeholders who are involved in dispensing or distributing the drugs. Therefore, whole ecosystem, starting from planning, developing, manufacturing, releasing, and then supplying, and then providing, and ultimately, when it reaches to the consumer. So everybody has to take all necessary steps to ensure that the product actually remains quality standards as per requirements, and also that will have the desired therapeutic response. The trust and confidence on the regulator, because this regulatory framework, regulatory system actually indicates, and that is also a parameter about the trust and confidence on the regulators. As you all know, we have, because in CDSCO, we have been assessed by WHO for vaccine regulation quite a number of times. Because how they assess the national regulatory authority of any country, there is a global benchmarking tools and different functions are there, and against the function, each function there are many indicators, sub-indicators, and they assess each and every indicator, sub-indicator, and ultimately they assess the national regulatory authority. And they have already assessed a number of times about vaccine regulation. And last that assessment was held in 2017, you may be aware, where CDSCO actually was declared as functional, because they after assessment, WHO give the maturity level. Maturity level, minimum maturity level has to be 3, and 4 is the maximum maturity level. So during the assessment by WHO, CDSCO was able to actually get maturity level 4 at 5 functions out of 9, and maturity level of 3 in the remaining functions. So that was in respect of vaccine regulation. And WHO is continuously insisting about the same kind of NRA assessment in respect of pharmaceutical also, not only vaccine. That is already there. And therefore, this trust and confidence of the regulator is also important. Unless all other stakeholders or other parts of the world have a trust and confidence on your system, then obviously there will be a bad impact on the export of product from India. Consumer don't have choice of medicine, you know, because consumers purchase the medicine based on prescription, and prescription which is by the prescriber, if it has been written that you purchase this medicine of this product, this manufacturer, the consumers obviously will purchase the medicine of that particular manufacturer. So all these issues actually, talks about or raises the question if good manufacturing practices is compromised. Low and high dose harm to the consumers, we all know this is not a very new things, because sometimes we see that the content of the active ingredients is low or high. Because I have sometimes been asked by some of the even stakeholders that what is problem if it contains 125% of active ingredients. You see, if its content or potency is less, obviously it will not give the desired therapeutic response. If it is more, similarly, it is also dangerous because it will cause side effects, adverse effects on the patient, and it will lead to the concerns of patient safety. It may harm the patient. Therefore, low and high dose both are dangerous to consumer. That has to be understood, because sometimes we see that some of the stakeholders, they may not have that kind of understanding that if your product contains 125% of a particular active ingredients, that is not required, because you have to keep your product so that it meets that assay limit as prescribed. There should not be less or high dose. High dose is also equally dangerous to the patient. But unfortunately there are lack of understanding in certain cases that they may not be aware that high dose also is not desired, and therefore high dose means if a particular product is having an assay more than the prescribed limit, that is also a questionable thing, and regulatory action can be taken. Again, if there is any compromise on quality or any not of standard products, not of standard quality products, will obviously have impact on economy of the consumers, manufacturers, as well as overall healthcare system, healthcare providers, and means everybody will be at a loss from economic point of view. Apart from losing trust and confidence and patient safety, compromising patient safety, there are also issue or bad impact on economy. And quality cannot be assessed by merely testing of the product. This is very important, because we have to have an understanding that the quality needs to be built into the process, into your design, and planning, designing, and having your system in such a manner that will talk quality. Because we have seen that in our regulatory system we put more focus on manufacturing, releasing, and then we draw the sample and check the quality, whether the sample is actually of standard quality or not. That kind of concept is gradually is diminishing, is not there at the well-regulated countries. They talk that quality by design. Means don't expect that, okay, you manufacture your product and release into the market. If there are any quality issue from the market sample, then you will take action and you will do your corrective action. No. That kind of concept is to be actually needs to be revised. Now the concept is that you have to have a robust system of good manufacturing practices which will talk about quality, which will ensure that not a single product which is not of standard quality will not be released into the market. Don't wait that, okay, let the sample be drawn and tested from the market, and if it is found to be not of standard quality, then we will take some action. That kind of concept should not be there. Now the concept is that quality needs to be built into your system, and you have to have a robust system which will ensure that not a single not of standard quality products goes or released from your manufacturing premises. That kind of system you have to ensure. This is very important. Actually, whole this good manufacturing practices, upgradation and everything, actually focus is on this point only. That you have to have a robust system, because earlier concept of, okay, you manufacture and even you test the product. If it is passing, then you release, and if it is not passing, then okay, you don't release. That kind of concept also should not be there. Even the product should not come to a releasing stage if that product is not manufactured through a robust system. You have to have the system in such a way that your product which goes through your batch release process will be of standard quality to the extent of 100%. That kind of system you have to ensure. And whole focus and emphasis is on this point only, which we have to understand. That quality needs to be built into the process. And not of standard quality, it harms health, affects reputation of the company's business also. And ultimately, if there is an issue of quality of a product manufactured by you, then that impact will be on you also. It will have adverse impact on your business, and ultimately in long run you will lose your business. That kind of concept should be there. Therefore, GMP is a mandatory standards to ensure quality. And I think sum and substance of this slide is that you have to focus on your designing, planning and implementing a system of good manufacturing practices which will ensure that you are able to manufacture the product and released into the market only when they are of quality standards which meets all the requirements as per the guidelines and requirement and condition of license. That is important. Whole revision and upgradation of GMP, while I will be discussing, this is the main issue and main focus of this revision. So why GMP? In terms of, your manufacturing system process, obviously, good manufacturing process, avoid mix-ups, avoid contamination, avoid cross-contamination. It produces consistent quality. It ensures quality till the end of shelf life. That means, again, your responsibility is to have a system where this product will be manufactured and it will meet all kinds of requirements and it will be released. Once it is released, it is not that your product is of standard quality at that point of time, at the time of release. If you have assigned a shelf life of 2 years, you have to ensure before releasing of that product that your product will remain stable for 2 years. How will you do that unless you conduct stability studies? You cannot say that this is a very common product we are manufacturing since last 10 years, 20 years. So why there is a need to conduct again stability studies? No. You cannot ensure, you cannot provide public assurance that your product will remain stable and it will carry the potency to the required level till the end of shelf life. It is your responsibility. Obviously, if there is a caveat that at the time of release, your responsibility is that it will maintain its quality at that time and also till the shelf life of the product, provided that recommended storage condition is maintained at all level of the supply chain. That is a different aspect. But sometimes we see that, manufacturer raise concerns also that, okay, I am manufacturing by, a robust or through a good manufacturing facilities, meeting all requirements, and then it is being released into the product. But at distributor level or at retailers level, if the storage condition is not maintained, then what will happen? Yes, that is also a concern. That is also to be looked into. We all have to look into that aspects also. But that should not be an excuse for the manufacturer. Manufacturer has to, take responsibility that through their system, they manufacture a product which will ensure that stability and its potency and its quality standards up till the end of shelf life. So, stability study is very important. And also, GMP ensures that you will avoid any errors. If you have a robust system and procedures in place, that errors can be avoided. And again, I am saying that why GMP is required? Apart from ensuring quality of the products, you also need to build trust and confidence, not only for your business, but also for the country. Because we all know what has happened during the last, 10 months, 8 months since October 2022. After that, alerts on safety issues, what has happened, and actually that kind of, system should not be there, which will bring an issue or concerns about quality of products being manufactured and exported to other country. That actually damages the trust and confidence. Obviously, it is not only the manufacturer's trust and confidence, but whole community and also the of countries, trust and confidence. Therefore, good manufacturing practices, even if it requires little bit more resource for planning and implementing good manufacturing practices, then you have to ensure that. And for that only we are discussing here how we can actually come to a stage that we all will be able to do that, we will be able to meet that objective. So, again, GMP, as I have already mentioned, that present or existing good manufacturing practices also mentions about all those requirements. But then why do we need revision of Schedule M? Because GMP is a dynamic aspects, and with advancement and expectation, with advancement of science, technology, and also with emerging therapies, that good manufacturing practice needs to be upgraded from time to time. And therefore, revision of Schedule M is a need, is a requirement. And it actually is also required for continuous improvement in concept of quality. And apart from that, why we need revision of Schedule M, there is another part also, another aspects also. We need to harmonize our standards with the global standards. Why? This is also a very important thing, because whenever we actually interact at the international fora, in various international regulatory forum, or when we collaborate with other countries' regulators, this is one of the questions, that why India is not member of ICH, why India is not member of PICS. This is very frequently asked at the international level. We face this question. And they ask that when India is going to be good GMP compliance as per PICS and become member of PICS, and they will become member of ICH. Because you all know, if you want to become a member of PICS, that mandatory compliance to the good manufacturing practices of PICS is required. You have to, we all, means it is not that one company, two company, all the companies have to comply with the requirements of good manufacturing practices of PICS. And similarly, if you want to become member of ICH, because today we are observer in ICH, if you want to become member of ICH, there are requirements that if you want to become a member, then you have to comply with the ICH guidelines in respect of GMP, in respect of GCP, and also in respect of stabilities and certain other criteria. So at least those guidelines have to be made mandatory in your system. Because ICH good manufacturing practices guideline, that is at par with the global standards, those current good manufacturing practices. So therefore, this is also very important for the country, that unless we upgrade our own system and procedures and requirements and guidelines, then we will not be able to meet that stage where India become a member of ICH, member of PICS. So that pathway is already there, and whole this regulatory strengthening and streamlining is also, one of the other aspect is that to meet global regulatory standards, so that India can become members of PICS or ICH maybe in future. So we don't know, that timeline is not there specifically, but we are aspiring to become a member of PICS and ICH. Then whole ecosystem has to be strengthened accordingly. Because as I have mentioned, during NRA assessment of vaccine, WHO, they conduct that NRA assessment and they look into all these aspects. What is your guidelines, what is your requirements, what is your legal framework, and what is your approval process, how you review the licensing applications, how will you review the product, how will you ensure good clinical practices in case of conduct of clinical trials, marketing authorization. All these things they actually go through in details and they make the assessment. After that they declare whether it is functional or not functional. Therefore, that upgradation of Schedule M to make it harmonized with the international standard is also required in respect of global aspects, from global perspective. Technological developments, we all know, with the advancement of science and technology, we have to upgrade the technological aspects, and therefore also we need a revision of Schedule M. And new formulation therapies, emerging therapies are there, and quality assurance, and again that quality culture, because quality culture needs to be improved, and gradually it is to be, improved. There should be a system which will ensure continuous improvement in quality culture in the system. And then obviously, as we have mentioned that, pharmacy of the world, so opportunities in the global market. Pharmacy of the world, we are today pharmacy of the world. If you want to maintain the same status, obviously our whole ecosystem has to be upgraded, and we have to maintain the system at par with the global standards, which will be robust and which will be able to provide the public assurance that whatever drug is manufactured and supplied to the domestic or international market, those are of quality standards as per the latest requirements and guidelines. So therefore, we need revision of Schedule M. And this is one slide we all know, principle of GMP. This is actually it revolves around the 5 aspects. One is personnel, products, process, procedures and premises that we all know. And the principle of GMP actually is based on all these aspects and talks about the requirements in all these areas. So, I think we can continue or okay. So, before actually I close the session, before lunch, this is one slide which is component of GMP as per existing that we all know. This is, everybody knows this, all these general requirements, warehousing area, production area. Why we are mentioning the existing components? Because while we will be discussing on the new requirements, what is the main difference in terms of understanding and principle that we will be able to understand. So these are the existing components of GMP as per existing Schedule M, which talks about general requirement, warehousing area, production area, ancillary area, quality control area, personnel or health, clothing, sanitation, manufacturing operation, raw material, equipments, documentation, records. Actually, existing Schedule I also talks almost all aspects of GMP. But there are certain understanding and certain focus that needs to be put into the system, which are being highlighted in the new provisions that I will be discussing later on. And also documentation, records and all these SOPs and reference standard, reprocessing of recoveries, distribution record, everything is there in our existing Schedule M. I think so. We can break for lunch. It is now 1. Thank you for listening. Then we will start again after post lunch. Means after the lunch. Thank you. Thank you.
लंच तैयार है, आप सभी का लंच इंतजार कर रहा है। लंच के बाद वापस हम लोग यहाँ पे 2 बजे फिर हम लोग मिलेंगे।
I think that's all. Okay. So, welcome to the post-lunch section. Now, I think I have 3-4 slides which we will be talking about the critical components of GMP, and then we will actually discuss about comparison between existing and the new good manufacturing practices guidelines. So, the critical components of GMP basically, there are 3 most important components of GMP. One is, we all know, ventilation system, HVAC system, because it actually provides filtered air of adequate quantity and cleanliness, environmental control, so that the product remains under required conditions, and also adequate temperature and relative humidity for product protection and personal comfort also. And through this, we actually ensure that actually the product is manufactured where all possibilities of contamination is avoided and quality is ensured. Similarly, the other important component is water system. This is also very important, we all know, because if your water system is not proper, then it can cause product degradation, product contamination, and seasonal, regional variation also. Then, therefore, water system is also very important, and WHO has, different guidelines on HVAC system, on water system, and other, requirements. And the third one is stability studies. As I have already mentioned, the stability study is required to ensure that the product retain its potency till the shelf life of the product. And therefore, this stability is also a requirement, is also important for assessment and evaluation and assignment of shelf life. What will be the shelf life? Because although we know that this product is stable for 3 years, this may be for 2 years, but each individual manufacturer have to assess the stability of its product through stability studies, and accordingly, based on that, they should assign the stability, they should assign the shelf life of the product. Because even if a product is a very old product, everything is known, nothing is new, but even that the product must undergo stability studies, and that stability data must be generated based on which the shelf life should be assigned. Shelf life cannot be assigned just, that okay, we know that this product is stable for this many years, so we can just simply, without conduct of stability study, we cannot assign the shelf life. That is very important requirement. Now, I think I will be talking about the comparison. This is very important, this part of presentation. Comparison between existing Schedule M and the new Schedule M that is going to be implemented. So, part 1, because the structure of the new Schedule M, that will be almost similar. The part 1 will talk about the good manufacturing practices for pharmaceutical product, that its main principle. And then the other parts, there are different parts where specific requirement for specific categories of products are prescribed. But in my opinion, this main principle of good manufacturing practices that is going to be there in new version of Schedule M is very important. We have to understand what does actually it mean, that main principle, whatever changes that are being brought into this new Schedule M. So, in our existing Schedule M, it talks about details of requirement of premises, equipments, this, that, all these there. Here also all those things will be there. But this is new, pharmaceutical quality system, that all manufacturers must have a robust pharmaceutical quality system. What is that? As per that system, manufacturer has to assume the responsibility of the quality. And senior management has the ultimate responsibility, because senior management should ensure that the system in his manufacturing facility has been designed, planned and implemented correctly to ensure that the product meets the requirement of guidelines, meet the condition of license, and the product meets the standards of quality and does not harm patient. And also that product manufactured are of quality standard which is maintained consistently. And the product and process knowledge, that should be there. Here again, all these are being emphasized to ensure that the product manufactured through that system will be of standard quality. That means you must have a properly designed, properly planned, properly implemented system, so that the drugs or medicine which are manufactured will meet the requirements. That is main principle and very important one. This kind of emphasis is not there in the existing Schedule M. Existing Schedule M, it is not written that what should be the system and how there should be system which is planned and designed in a manner that will ensure the requirements and guidelines and everything which is prescribed for the product. So materials from approved vendors. This is important because from the morning also we have discussed many times, and recent concerns about quality of the products because of issues related to the excipients, etc. Therefore, this pharmaceutical system, quality system requires that material should be taken from the approved vendors. Approved vendor matlab the manufacturer will evaluate the vendors. That vendor may be supplier of API, maybe excipients, maybe packaging materials, whatever is required. All those vendors must be evaluated by the manufacturers, and it must be approved that yes, this is the vendor which actually meets the requirement, and then you can take supplies of all those materials from the vendor. That is very important. And also this pharmaceutical quality system actually ensure that you have all system in place to ensure production and release of the product as per condition of license and other applicable regulations. So this is being actually incorporated as part of Schedule M, means it will be a legal provisions, this pharmaceutical quality system. And this actually is a new we can say that new provisions, which is not there in existing Schedule M, because this pharmaceutical quality system is actually important for proper implementation of the all kind of activities that is being conducted, that is being carried out in your facility. Because you may have all kind of facilities, equipments, everything put in place, but that is not enough. You have to have a system which will ensure that every activities is done in that facilities on day-to-day basis, complying with all requirements and as per the procedure, as per the system, and ultimately the product is manufactured and released as per the condition of license and other applicable regulation. So, this pharmaceutical quality system also talks about approval of planned changes. Planned changes means if you want to have any changes in respect of vendor, in respect of process, in respect of analytical method, in respect of validation, then you have to have a plan that there may be changes in respect of this, and that changes has to be approved by you, and that should be in a written document. Accordingly, you can change later on, say change in terms of vendor, in terms of method validation, in terms of any other cleaning validation or all activities. So that is a new things that is going to come, that you have to have a approved procedure system for planned changes of all activities, in respect of all activities in your manufacturing site. And then notification of those changes or approval, whatever required as per rules of the changes to the regulators. But in this case, this is also requirement that once you change in your, suppose if you change the vendor of one API, that vendor was X, now you have changed it, then you should notify also. It is not that you have to actually, you can go for that change as per the approved system, but also you have to notify that changes to the regulators. And wherever required, you may be required to take approval from the regulators. And then continual improvement in the quality. As I have already mentioned earlier, this is also being emphasized here in pharmaceutical quality system, that you have to have a system which will bring continual improvement in the quality. That should also be in your system in the form of written documents. And then regular review of quality. This is also very important. Regular review means at least once in a year you have to review every aspects relating to quality of the product. Means review, if you have changed the vendors in a year, or if you have brought changes in respect of method validation or in respect of manufacturing process or other aspects, then in that case all these changes and everything, all activities has to be reviewed at least once in a year. This is being brought into the regulation, that at least once in a year you have to review all the activities relating to quality of the product. And then root cause analysis of defective products. This is also important, because if you have manufactured a batch and during its release, if you find that it is not meeting the requirements, then obviously you will not release the product. But also you have to investigate that what is the reason why that batch is failing in respect of quality standards. You have to find the root cause and take remedial measures. This is also important. It is not at the level of batch release, but even before that also, wherever you have find that there was something defective, activities or some activities that has been undertaken, which has been found to be not not as per the procedures or system, then you should investigate. You should have a system that you investigate it, and what is the root cause of that deviation, and accordingly take the remedial action. And periodic management review. Your management of the company should also periodically review whole pharmaceutical quality system. This is also at least once in a year or at regular interval and ensure that all kind of activities which is going on in your manufacturing premises are going on as per the procedure, as per the system, as per the process that has been defined and put in place in accordance with the guidelines and requirements. So, pharmaceutical quality system, therefore, this is a new things which is being brought into this regulatory provisions, which will actually, basically, this requires that the manufacturer and the management will be responsible for having a system which will talk about all these things. And there must be a quality manual also, which will talk about everything about the planning, designing and procedures, development of product, and if the product has failed, then what action you have taken in terms of finding the root cause and taking remedial measures, etc., etc. Everything should be there in a quality manual. That is also a requirement as per the pharmaceutical quality system. And now there is another things that is also part of this principle, main principle of GMP, is quality risk management, because these terminology are not there in the present Schedule M. What is quality risk management? Actually, it is a systematic process for assessment of risk and then control of risk and then communication of the risk and review of risk. Then you take remedial actions. So that is also important as part of quality risk management. You should have that system in place. And product quality review, that is very important, because that is ultimately the quality review will say that whether you are actually following all the procedures, activities as per the requirements, as per the specification, as per the guidelines that is in place. That is very important for ensuring quality. Now that quality review starts from reviewing the starting materials. You have to review, from the starting material, means all the starting materials, its vendors who has supplied it, whether it is of quality, required quality, and all this in a year, if you have undergone any review through any agency or any external agency, that also will come under product quality review, and if they have found anything defective in your system. And this product quality review also include review of critical in-process controls and finished product results. Review of all batches that had failed. This is important, because it is not that if a batch fails to meet the requirement or to meet the required standards, you will just, dispose it or destroy it. But you have to investigate and find the root cause analysis and then take the remedial action. And in a year, if you have found that there are 1 batches or 2 batches or whatever batches that has failed, all these obviously at the time of, at the time when you had observed that batches has failed, that time you will investigate and take remedial action. Not only that, but at least once in a year, as part of product quality review, you have to again review all those activities, that what are the batches which were failed in a year, and what investigation has been carried out, and what are the root cause that was observed, and what remedial action that you have taken throughout the year. That should also be reviewed. Review of non-conformance related investigation, as I have already mentioned, that if any non-conformance was observed by a regulatory authority or by through your self-inspection, then all those things which has happened in a year, that should also be reviewed, and corrective and preventing action should be taken. Review of complaints and recall, that is also important. That will also be part of quality review, and that has also to be done at least as part of annual review. You review were there any complaints, and whether there are any recalls of product, and what was the reason, and how effectively you were able to recall the products. That also you have to review. And how did you address the complaints received. And then qualification status of equipment, such as heating, ventilation, HVAC system, water system, or compressed gases. So what are the qualification, what is the qualification status? That also you have to review as part of product quality review. And even for exported products, this is mentioned in this part of pharmaceutical quality system. All these review should also be done for the products which are meant for only export. It is not that only product meant for domestic purpose you will review, but also the product which are for export only, not for domestic. In those cases also you have to have that procedure to have product quality review at least once in a year. And all those review of agreements, up-to-date agreements also is important, because you have to have agreement with other entities for vendors and all these things, and in that case also you have to review those agreements whether these are up to date, and that is also part of product quality review. Now in this document also there will be a sort of definition. Actually it is not definition, it is a text. It is mentioned that good manufacturing practices is part of quality management, which ensure that products are consistently produced and controlled, and it meets the requirement of quality standards, which will be appropriate for their intended use and as required by the license. So this is actually the aim, obviously again, the managing and minimizing the risk. This quality management, that is whole is about the good manufacturing practice. Now, sanitation, existing provision is already there, and however it covers only workers and manufacturing premises, but in the new provisions, this sanitation, that high level of hygiene and sanitation should be there, which covers personnel, premises, equipment, apparatus, production materials and containers. Now, this is also the new thing which is coming into these new provisions, that you have to have all details of qualification and validation. That is DQ, IQ, OQ, PQ. That means in existing provisions there is no provision regarding qualification, and in the existing provision as regards to validation, it covers only manufacturing process validation, testing and cleaning. But in the new provisions, it also covers premises, utilities and equipment. So, as per the new provisions, you have to have the qualification, that is DQ, IQ, OQ, PQ. So, DQ means your premises and whole facilities is designed in a manner as per the requirements, as per the procedures. And then the IQ means you have to ensure that all those system equipments are installed as per the design that has been there under the DQ. And OQ, operational guidelines, you have to ensure that all those facility premises actually operates as per the requirements, and ultimately that performance qualification, that is means ultimately you have to ensure that perform consistently as per the requirement. So this is IQ, DQ, PQ, OQ, PQ is new things which is being incorporated here in new provision of Schedule M, GMP. Now the compliance and adverse reaction, this is also important, because right now as per the existing provision, it mentions that in case of serious adverse drug reaction, such reports should be reported to licensing authority. But as per the new provisions, in case of not only serious adverse drug reaction, but also in case of faulty manufacture or product deterioration or serious quality problem, all these things have to be reported to the licensing authority. So this is a new requirement, because earlier only you required to notify to the licensing authority regarding serious adverse reaction. Now anything which is a deviation in terms of manufacturing, or if there is any concerns, or you have found that there are product deterioration or there are some quality issues, so all these things are to be reported to licensing authority. That manufacturer will report to licensing authority. And another new things that is being brought into the system is that pharmacovigilance system. Because right now there is no such provision which requires that you have to have a pharmacovigilance system in your company as part of mandatory requirements. Right now this pharmacovigilance system is mandatory only for those manufacturers who manufacture and market new drugs. That is under new drugs and clinical trial rules. But in the revised Schedule M, provision is being incorporated which will require that all the manufacturer, whether he is involved in marketing of new drugs or old drugs, all the manufacturers have to have a pharmacovigilance system. Obviously, that system should be manned by experienced people who have knowledge and experience in pharmacovigilance. So that is a new requirement. And now the other thing is that product recall. What is the difference? Because as per the existing provision, there was no specific requirement that in case of product recall, the manufacturer will inform to a licensing authority. But under the new provision, it is mandatory that the manufacturer inform the licensing authority in case of product recall. And also, the detailed procedures and system should be there, which should be comprehensive and for product recall, which will be effective for prompt and effective recall of the products. That should be there. That is being mentioned in as part of new GMP. Now the change control also, the provision was there, that was only in case of significant changes, but now in the existing provisions, the changes in terms of raw material, in terms of packaging material, in terms of specification, analytical methods, facilities, utilities, equipment, processing steps, labeling softwares, etc. You have to actually, have detailed system for control of changes in respect of all these things. And here I would like to mention that because, many, as per latest guidelines and requirements, any changes in terms of, even if it is not a significant changes, then the changes should be notified to the licensing authority also. That is already, being brought into the new system. And also, there should be a system, and all those changes should be categorized into minor, major and critical changes based on nature and extent of changes that may happen in your system. So that is also a new things that is being brought into the system. And production, as per existing provisions, there is no details of contract giver or contract acceptor. Means we have a provisions that one company can manufacture it and can be marketed by other company. So earlier, only the manufacturer was responsible for quality and other regulatory issues. But the rule was changed earlier and making it, or providing that both the manufacturers and marketers will be responsible for manufacturing, marketing, quality issues and any other regulatory issues. That is there as per existing provisions. But there are no specific provision under Schedule M regarding, what kind of contract and what should be the details of the contract giver and contract acceptor. That is being brought into the system. And in this new Schedule M, that detailed procedures and everything requirements are being prescribed. And role, which will include role and responsibilities of contract giver, contract acceptors, and agreement and details about technology transfer, etc., etc. So all these details are being brought into the new Schedule M. Now, the other point is that self-inspection, quality audits and supplier audits and approval. This is very important because in existing system that frequency is not mentioned. It is mentioned that this self-inspection should be performed routinely and in specific occasion, recall or inspection by licensing authority. But in case of new provisions that require that at least this self-inspection and quality audits and supplier audits and approval, it should be carried out at least once in a year. And detailed about the self-inspection. Not only self-inspection to be conducted, a report has to be generated, and further action as per the observation through self-inspection, that is also required to be implemented. And suppliers audit and approval, that is also very important, and you have to review at least once in a year of all those, suppliers details and all these things. Only the approved vendor should supply the raw material and all these packaging material and all other things for manufacturing of the products. So you have to have a system of evaluation of the vendors and approval of the vendors, and so that you will be able to tell that these are the approved vendors from which these raw materials are taken. Once that vendor changes, if you want to take raw material including API or packaging material from other vendors, again you have to evaluate the competency and the procedure system that vendor is having to ensure that he supplies only the materials which are of quality standards as per the requirements. And therefore, suppliers audit and approval system is very important, because be it excipients, be it API or packaging material, every material is important for ensuring quality of the product. And all those suppliers are to be reviewed also once in a year. It is not that you have to audit and approve the supplier once in a year. No. The requirement is that you have to have an annual review of all those suppliers which have been approved by you for supply of various material. That is the requirement. But it is not that you have to audit and approve the suppliers every year. It is not that. And personnel, as per the new provision, there should be an organizational chart, and the personnel should be motivated to support maintenance of high quality standards. Again, all these are part of creating quality culture into the system. Role and responsibilities of key personnel should be clearly defined, and there should be qualified key personnel as per the requirements, and functions may be delegated but not the responsibility. Again, obviously the responsibility will lies with the management for all the details and functions and quality standards in case of manufacture of any product. But functions can be delegated. Obviously functions are delegated to various personnel, but ultimate responsibility lies with the management. But it is also true that management has to provide the required resource to the persons or personnel who are involved in manufacturing, testing, quality control, quality assurance in your system. And visitors entry procedure into the production area, approved training program, this is also very important. You have to have a written document which will tell about the training program that you have in your system for training of your personnel, maybe the manufacturing chemist or analytical chemist or other personnel who are involved in manufacturing of the product. You have to have a training program also. And premises, detailed requirements about premises, all these are almost similar, new and existing. But again I am saying that in the existing system, these are detailed requirements about premises, production area, weighing area, ancillary area, storage area, all these things are there. but in the existing system, there is no such highlights of having a pharmaceutical quality system. That means a system which is designed, which is planned, which is implemented in a way which will ensure that the products meet the requirement and guidelines as per the rules, as per the regulation, as per the guidelines, and ultimately the product manufactured from that facility meets the quality standards. That pharmaceutical quality system and quality risk management is very important, and that is being emphasized in the new Schedule M. Now, equipment, validated cleaning procedure, that should be there. That is already. Now, the materials also, as per the new Schedule M, you have to have a validated computerized storage system, and everything obviously have to be documented also. And packaging material, it is not that all batches has to be tested, because you have to take the packaging material from your approved vendors only, and based on vendors' approval and statistical data analysis or its previous performance, you can decide that you may not test all batches of packaging material. But identity test for each container of starting material, reworking of rejected products, part of earlier batches into new batches of the same product at defined stage of manufacture. All these provisions are there in the new revised Schedule M. And also that important thing, that extension of retesting date, because in our existing Schedule M there is a provision which requires that the shelf life of the formulation should not be more than that of the remaining shelf life of the API. Now that will not be there in the revised Schedule M, because it is as per international guidelines. As per that guidelines, you have to retest the product, and accordingly you have to conduct the stability studies, and retesting date has to be decided by you based on stability studies. And that specific requirement or provision that shelf life of formulation should not be more than that of API, that system will not be there in that provision will not be there in the new provision, because it is as per the international guidelines that you conduct stability studies and you decide the retesting period, retesting date, and accordingly you can assign the shelf life for the product. And reference standard, this is also being mentioned in the revised Schedule M, that you have to have Indian Pharmacopoeia reference standard and impurity standards from the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, and procedure for working standards are also being mentioned in the revised one. And waste material disposal, it is by and large similar provisions in existing vis-a-vis the new provisions. And documentation, as per the existing provision, you have to have master formula records, SOP in hard copy for verification, but in new provisions, there has to be audit trail to ensure existence of documented evidence and traceability. And for MFR, whole time permitted for intermediates and in-process material, validation master plan, all these things has to be part of your documentation. Good practices in production, detailed requirements about good practices means, again here it is being emphasized that the product should be developed first, and then manufactured in accordance with good manufacturing practices. So all kind of GXP, that is good clinical practice, good laboratory practice, good manufacturing practice, and good, all GXP, everything you do, that has to be as per good practices in your production. And deviation control, here also you have to follow all detailed procedures to control deviation from any procedure or any system. Prevention of cross-contamination, here also you have to maintain, you have to follow all good, applicable good practices to ensure that there is no cross-contamination. Timeline for storage of equipment after cleaning, also good practices in case of any significant deviation from the expected yield, that should be recorded and investigated. And line clearance for packaging operation also. And good practices in quality control, here also again detailed requirements about good practices in quality control have been provided. Also the detailed requirement of stability studies of finished product and when necessary of starting materials and intermediate products has to be carried out, and shelf life has to be established. And for that you have to have a written program, details including the program for ongoing stability studies that have to be there. And it is being emphasized that the stability must be conducted prior to manufacturing, also during the manufacturing, because as per existing provisions it is mentioned that stability study should be conducted. But here in the new provision it is being mentioned that stability study shall be conducted prior to the manufacturing, commercial manufacturing, as well as during the commercial manufacturing. And shelf life should be assigned based on stability studies. And part of testing in case of COA from reliable manufacturer, retention sample of other materials minimum of 2 years, and also the retest date, as I have already mentioned, based on stability studies, the retest date has to be decided on your product, for your product. The computerized system, because existing Schedule M doesn't have anything about computerized system, but here it is being mentioned that you have to have detailed requirements about validation of GMP related computerized system that is being prescribed. And IQ and OQ of hardware, software, those are also to be put in place, and proper backup system. For computerized system you have to have proper backup system. And this is very important, because this slide is important. Why? Because this is not part of the draft notification which was published in 2018, but in the final notification this actual provision is going to be there. What is this? Because this provision mentions that the guidelines published by WHO on these aspects relating to good manufacturing practices through their technical report series from time to time may be considered for general guidance purposes. Exactly this is going to come in the final notification, and this is not there in the draft notification which was published in 2018, which is being finalized. Why? Because this issue has been discussed in great details, that because WHO publishes various guidelines through their technical report series from time to time, like guidelines on water system, guideline on HVAC system, guidelines on design, installation, qualification, maintenance of premises, good manufacturing practices, guidelines for validation, guidelines on packaging materials. So these guidelines, as and when published by WHO through their technical report series, needs to be considered by the manufacturer for general guidance purposes. In other way, actually you should have system in place which will be in accordance with the guidelines on various aspects as published by WHO. Because earlier there are discussion that initially when we drafted the revised Schedule M before publication of draft rules, draft notification, we thought that all these guidelines also should be part of Schedule M. But later on it was discussed that no, we can keep these exact provisions, what is being displayed here in the slides, in the final notification, and accordingly that manufacturer should consider the general guidelines which are published by WHO, specifically in case of HVAC system, in case of water, pharmaceutical water system, in case of validation means it include everything, process validation, cleaning validation, analytical method validation, and also guidelines on packaging of pharmaceutical product. So indirectly these guidelines of WHO are to be followed. Although it is being mentioned that these guidelines may be considered for general guidance purpose, but it is expected that the manufacturer will follow these guidelines. Now I think there are other parts, so all these which I have discussed, these are in part 1 of the revised Schedule M, which will form the main principle of good manufacturing practices as per WHO. Now there are certain specific requirements which are being incorporated in the revised Schedule M, which are not there in the existing Schedule M. This specific requirement of sterile, for manufacture of sterile product, it is already there in Schedule M as separate requirements and guidelines, but this is being upgraded and it is being prescribed as per WHO guidelines. And the next thing, that is specific requirements for manufacturing of pharmaceutical products containing hazardous substance such as sex hormones, steroids, anabolic androgenic steroid or cytotoxic substance, even some antibiotic. So here now there will be a specific requirements and guidelines for manufacturing of such products, and that specific provision will be part 3 of the revised Schedule M. That is not there in the existing Schedule M. And now also apart from that, there are specific requirements, that is new provisions which are being incorporated regarding requirements for manufacturing of biological products. Because in existing Schedule M we have separate requirement and guidelines prescribed for sterile products, but not for biological products. These biological products means it may be vaccines, and other biological products, or DNA products. And so here also this part 4 will be the specific requirements for manufacturing biological products. And the part 5, that will be a separate specific requirements for radiopharmaceutical products. That is also not there in the existing Schedule M. So that is also going to be incorporated as a specific requirements and guidelines for radiopharmaceutical product. Similarly, there is also a part which is part 6, which is about specific requirements for phytopharmaceutical, because as you may be aware, because phytopharmaceutical, this terminology was incorporated in Drugs and Cosmetics Rule in 2015, and these are actually modern drugs, because the provisions and requirement that has been incorporated in the new drugs and clinical trial rules, which talks about requirements for approval or marketing authorization for any new phytopharmaceuticals. So therefore, this new revised Schedule M is also going to have a separate set of requirements and guidelines for phytopharmaceuticals. Similarly, there is also a new part, which is part 7, which will be, the specific requirements for manufacture of investigational product. Means product which are as part of clinical development of a new drug. Whenever a product is to be manufactured for testing and clinical trial purpose, that product is also required to be manufactured in accordance with the principle of good manufacturing practices. But the existing Schedule M, we didn't have no such specific requirements prescribed. Therefore, in the new Schedule M, there will be that part 7, which will actually give the details of specific requirements and guidelines for manufacturing investigational product which are going for clinical trials in humans. So I think this is the thing. So now the conclusion, obviously this exercise and revision of Schedule M to make it harmonized with the international standard will actually ensure quality of the product. It will improve the trust and confidence of the system, and also it will ensure continual improvement in the quality. Other than, it will also facilitate innovation, it will promote export, because once that requirement is at par with global requirements with regard to GMP, obviously that will help in building trust and confidence on our system, and this will also reduce the not of standard quality products and other product failures, and also it will reduce the recall of the product. And ultimately, all these exercise and upgradation of GMP to make it at a par with the global standard will provide public assurance that yes, the products which are manufactured in India are in accordance with the standards, provisions or requirements that is there for the global at par with the global levels. So this is all about my presentation. I think thank you for your patient listening. And now I think we can have question answers session. Now floor is open. We can discuss and whatever. Yes.
I have one question.
Yes.
This is with regard to notification of changes to the regulators.
Yeah.
So basically for the international market, we are handling this kind of variation changes, updation of each and every process, materials, specifications. But if we go for Indian setups, that will entail a lot of tasks at the manufacturer level as well as at the local administration level. So how much we are going into it right now? We are going in phases.
You see, all those changes, post-approval changes in respect of material, in respect of packaging, process, analysis, are important for ensuring quality. You might be, knowing that CDSO, we have a detailed guidelines about notification, approval of post-approval changes so far as vaccine is concerned. Because in case of vaccine regulation, all these things, although there is no requirements in our rules, but because we have to actually be at par with the global standards, through guidelines we have already prepared detailed procedures for notification or wherever required for seeking approval of the regulatory authorities on post-approval changes for vaccines. So, although what you are saying that yes, there will be lot of work and all these things, but the thing is that you have to understand that all these changes also have impact on quality of the products. Therefore, whenever there is a change, especially if major changes are there, then you have to notify the regulatory authority. That is there in the new Schedule M. But you see, once that system is in place, then I think all will be able to tell what is the, how much is the workload, and obviously also that kind of changes when it is notified to the licensing authority. Licensing authority also may think that way also, that so many notification is coming to us, what we will do, how we will review, whether what kind of changes, that real problem may come in future. But now this provision is being incorporated because it is a requirement and it is important for ensuring quality of the products. I think thereafter all those process for streamlining the regulatory process and process at the level of manufacturer and at the level of regulators, that will be discussed, and further maybe guidelines and clarification may be required. It is
add one thing in case we can go for annual reportable suggestions, updation. Instead of going every time for any change, we can do it on an annual basis. That is kind of a suggestion from our end.
Actually, right now it is as per, again I am saying, it is as per international guidelines. Now the thing is that later on, while we will be implementing it, if we find that yes, there are many clarifications which are required, there may be a procedure, because instead of reporting or notifying annually, there may have a system that once you categorize that these are the major, this is critical, this is minor, whether any minor changes also are to be notified or not, all these things can be discussed and further guidelines can be issued. That scope is there, because this is a beginning, because all these new provisions are being brought into the system. When it will be implemented, there may be various challenges, obviously, from both sides, for manufacturer as well as for the regulators, and specifically in this case, that notification of all changes. And I think later on we can have discuss and prepare some more guidelines and clarify the matter further, how to streamline.
Sir, same with the type of the deviation. But we have already discussed that deviation should be intimate to the FDA. So if we are filing 1,000 deviation in a year, then how can we intimate the deviation?
Same reply, yeah, obviously, because those are the concerns and challenges, but we have to have a system, and further clarification, discussion and dialogue can continue, and then we can come up with some more guidelines or clarification that how to streamline this process. You see, here one thing I want to make it clear, the new provision does not mention that you have to validate and approve the vendor annually. No. The actual requirement is that you can have approved vendor. Now, during the annual review, you should also review the approved vendor status, performance, what has been done throughout the years. That system is being talked into.
So, sir,
it is not that you have to evaluate and approve the vendor annually.
Sir, but
No.
I am talking about the audit of the vendors. What is the
Hello.
qualification or re-auditing frequency of the
Yeah, can you
vendors?
repeat please?
So what is the re-qualification, or you can say the auditing frequency, re-auditing frequency of the vendors?
You see, that is not there in this new schedule M, that when you will actually re-audit the vendor, that is not there. That will depend on you, because ultimately you are responsible for the quality of the products that you are manufacturing. For that, if you need that these vendors I will approve for 6 months only as part of emergency purpose, because the original vendor is not able to supply at this moment. It is up to you. But you have to have a documentary system of audit and approval of your vendors. There, the rule doesn't say that you have to approve annually or 6 monthly or once in 2 years. Nothing is there. That you have to decide and you have to put in your system.
So sir, one question is related to vendor qualification. Is it desktop approval or the site audit is approved?
Again, you see, this is the basis of GMP, because GMP will say that you have to validate, you have to qualify your vendor. Now, if nothing is mentioned in the rule, whether it will be a desktop qualification or through physical verification or through going to the site of the vendors, now you have to decide that and you have to create a system. Whatever is the best for you to ensure that the vendor will be able to supply the material which is of required quality and which meets the required standards. Everything is not told in the rule. Wherever it is mentioned that if rule says that you have to, qualify the vendor at least once in a year or once in a 2 year, you have to follow. If it is not mentioned, then it is your responsibility to decide the frequency considering all aspects in your manufacturing premises to ensure कि वो वेंडर को 6 महीना तक रखना है या 1 साल तक रखना है या 2 साल बाद उसको कैंसिल करना है. एवरीथिंग विल डिपेंड ऑन यू. जहाँ पे कुछ रूल में कुछ नहीं बताया गया, बिकॉज रूल चाहता है कि या जीएमपी गाइडलाइन चाहता है कि वॉट एवर सिस्टम यू हैव दैट शुड बी इन कंप्लायंस विद द रूल्स एंड it should be able to give the results that you manufacture only quality products which ensure the quality standards. तो इसलिए उसमें ये सब नहीं लिखा रहेगा डिटेल्स में. और फर्दर we may discuss if there is a requirement, then further guidelines can be prepared for general purpose also.
Sir, one question is related to the reprocessing and reworking.
Yeah.
So almost all the guidelines available in the world, they're talking about this is exceptional. So what Schedule M is expecting in case of reprocess and reworking?
You see, again, this is also same, reprocessing, reworking in which case? What case? Can you give example?
In manufacturing part.
In?
Manufacturing part. You take an example, compression, blending, coating. Is the reprocessing is allowed? As per new Schedule M?
New Schedule M doesn't talk about reprocessing. If there is a deviation, if there is, anything which is required means, if you find that there is a deviation or there is a product failure, then if you need anything for redoing, first of all, you have to investigate and find the root cause, that what is the, why you have actually land up with failure of the product quality, and then what was the reason and what action you need to take to prevent such, mistake in future. So accordingly you have to decide.
Sir, one question is related to the API self-life.
Self-life, yes.
Yes, in earlier schedule M is mentioned that you cannot assign the self-life more than the API self-life.
Yes.
Now it's talk about the, this is not related to the API self-life. So you can assign the self-life. It means if I am having a one day self-life of the API, then we can use and we can use in formulation, and we can give the complete self-life of the formulation.
Again, you
so
have
what
to,
expectations?
You see, you can give, but you have to conduct stability studies, and then only you will be able to tell.
So it means if we are assigning the self-life, as like I discussed that if one day is available for the API, so it means we have the stability study with the one day self-life of the API with the formulation.
You see, as per new provision, yes, what you are saying, but in case if the, that a product is having only one day shelf-life and you are putting into the formulation manufacturing of that API, then there may be hundreds of other questions
but
that you have to be ready to be answered. And
yes.
Stability also you have to conduct. First you have to conduct stability studies, because scientifically that is acceptable, what you are saying, and globally that is also practiced.
Yes, yes.
There the shelf life of formulation is never linked with the shelf life of the API, because API you are putting into the formulation, and along with that you are putting many other excipients, many other things and stabilizers and this. So that may have a different stability profile. That means the formulation will have a different stability profile as compared to stability profile of the API. Now then you have to say what will be the shelf life of that particular formulation based on stability study. That is the main point you have to keep in mind. Whether it is 1 day or 5 days, that is not the thing. The point is that you have to conduct the stability study as per the required guidelines and procedures, and prove that your product remains stable for another 2 years.
But there is no condition as such with any other markets that they have to go for stability at that juncture, because we cannot go for stability for every API with 6 months or 1 day living. We assign the complete shelf life, but we don't put every batch on the stability.
Every batch of formulation you are saying?
Yeah, I mean with a shorter API shelf life.
Yes,
not putting
that's why I am telling all these. Yeah, okay. Because that's why we talk about quality risk management.
Yeah.
Here this quality risk management is very important. If you think that having an API having 1 day shelf life is appropriate to be put into a formulation, and we can assign stability studies, we assign shelf life without conducting stability studies for that particular batch, then you have to be very careful. You have to have quality risk management system which is robust to answer these aspects. Because here the risk is more. You have to first determine that this is a risk, high risk issue. So how you are going to address this issue? That one shelf life, one API which is almost going to be expired, you have used that in formulation, and then you are saying that this particular batch where such risky API has been used has not gone into stability studies, then you have to prove that how this product will remain stable for whole shelf life of 3 years. That you have to prove. Otherwise, you have to take appropriate step through your risk management process. That is the system. Because you see, GMP guidelines and everything, even very big companies and many companies who have enough resource worldwide, I am taking, they also sometimes fail in respect of certain aspect of GMP. Even US FDA, it is not that they actually find that certain Indian companies are failing in respect of in cases. They also issue, notices to many multinational also sometimes. And the point is that you have to have your system in a stage, or you have to have your risk management aspects so robust that you are able to satisfy the other regulators or any other auditors that whatever I have done, it is scientifically valid, and this proves that this product will remain stable or this product will meet the requirements. That is the main things you have to. Every aspects is not written in any law. Law will full of adequate. You should have this system which will be adequate, which will be sufficient, which will prove that that kind of things will be there in every rule and law. And based on that, you have to put your mind, you have to, develop and put a system in your place that as per that I have decided that this is the system and this is the quality risk management system which will be able to address the issue. Ultimate objective again, that the product remains stable and it meets the requirement. So that you have to ensure, and that may not be same in every manufacturing facility, because when there is a provision that law mention that you should have adequate provision, adequate facility for this. Now that adequate facility may be different for different manufacturer, depending on what kind of products, which category of product, and under what system, what is the his specific procedures, what is the excipients, what are the excipients he is using, how it is manufacturing, and what is the manufacturing procedures of the API, whether any other solvents that has been used which are not commonly used, then what will be the impurities. Because we have seen in our system and say regulatory system in other countries, well-developed countries, in our system one thing we consider that if a product meets IP, Indian Pharmacopoeia mention 5 tests. So if if a product meets the requirement of 5 tests as per IP, then the product is considered as of standard quality and also it meets the requirement legally. But in other regulatory scenario, this is not the case. Even if a product is in USP has specified 5 tests or 6 tests, US FDA will not be satisfied if you say that USP has specified 5 tests and my product is meeting these 5 tests, so I am compliant. No. US FDA will say that you tell me your manufacturing method, you tell me what residual solvent you are using, you tell me what is your packaging material, what is your other raw material, excipients, everything, then I will tell you that you have to have these 7 tests or 8 tests in addition to the USP test also. That is the specification for you. And that specification may not be the same for another company for the same product. For another company, again US FDA will say that you tell me your process, your method of validation, what are the excipients you have put into press and what intermediates you are using what is the key starting material for manufacturing of your product, then I will tell what will be your specification. So every specification is specific to a particular manufacturer, even if the product is same. And that the same procedure is followed by WHO through WHO pre-qualification process also. They say that not a set of test, 5 tests, 7 tests is common for everybody. Anybody who wants to manufacture a particular product, you manufacture and comply with these 5 tests, then you are okay. No. If your method of manufacturing is different, if you are using different starting material, if you are using different intermediates, if you are using different packaging material, if you are using different excipients, then there may be different additional tests which is required to be incorporated in your product specification. That is the science system and understanding. So here also this WHO GMP and all these, international guidelines of international standards, they also focus on this aspect, this type of consideration. That in your manufacturing facility, you should be able to, introduce a system which is most robust for you and which will provide assurance, which will provide, trust and confidence to everybody, and consumers obviously complying with the regulatory requirements and product standards. So that is the aspects or consideration needs to be taken for.
Sir, for
yes, sir. Hello.
For sterile product, we have to wait for 14 days to release in the market. There is a provision, we hear that there is something relaxation in sterility testing. Is any direct method will be introduced, validated method will be introduced in the Schedule or in IP so that manufacturer can release their product within 3 or 4 days or maximum 5 days?
You see, this issue was actually considered during COVID time, when there was scarcity of that product, So during that time, because this was injectable preparation, and there was huge scarcity in our country during the second wave of COVID and remdesivir. So that time also this consideration was given, that whether we can introduce some system where the manufacturer can adopt other process and assure that the product will remain sterile. And some kind of guidance was also issued by Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. You can actually see that, but right now there is no such detailed clarity that you can have that shortcut method.
There is a relaxation that manufacturer can prove this, our product is stable or can be released or will be microbiologically free within 5 these days, working days. Can it be allowed, or we have to wait for till this test come in IP or in any pharmacopoeia?
You see, you have to follow IP.
Yeah.
If IP has not actually incorporated such procedures or such test in place of routine sterility test, then you should not follow. Otherwise you will be seen non-compliant. Because IP is a legal document, it is a legal requirement. First, IP has to actually consider this, and if that test is incorporated in IP, then you can follow it. Because in our legal system, whatever is there in the IP, it is mandatory. You have to follow. And if you follow IP, then you are fine. So you are complying the requirement of specification, unlike in other countries. Can you? Hello?
There is also procedure of running stabilizer. Yes, and it is also mentioned in the USP chapter. So can we release our parental product on the basis of that 5 days?
That's why I am telling. You have to follow IP. Even if it is there in USP, if you don't follow IP, then it will be a non-compliant. Therefore, you can take up this issue and also you can write to Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission that USP says this, and there is a committee they can consider, they can examine, and if it is required, they can amend also.
Sir, any parametric release criteria is going to add in this schedule M? Parametric release, which is applicable for all PICs or European countries.
Yes, there is some provision, you can go into it, because we had detailed discussion also while we are finalizing this new review schedule M, and that detailed guideline you can have into it.
Sir, what are the clinical validation requirement for potent drug?
Hello?
Like cytotoxic, mutagenic, or high pharmacologic activity, and its dedicated equipment is required.
I couldn't follow. You are talking about pharmacovigilance activity for highly potent drug?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. You see, pharmacovigilance activity is required for all drugs, whether it is potent or non-potent or critical, non-critical drugs, because new Schedule M mentions that the manufacturer should have the pharmacovigilance system in his system, but irrespective whether it is potent or otherwise. But I don't know how you are linking, whether a drug, if it is a potent drug, then only there should be, pharmacovigilance system. If it is not a potent drug, then pharmacovigilance system is not required, you mean to say. It is not. Because side effects, pharmacovigilance is nothing but is a system to ensure drug safety. And that drug safety issue in general is same whether the drug is a potent drug or it is a conventional drug. Yes, the point is that if it is a new drug and say the drug has been introduced during the last 4, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, then the pharmacovigilance system will be much more relevant for that drug, because there may not be enough patient exposure with the drug in the country or worldwide also, and in such cases pharmacovigilance is much more important as compared to a drug which is already there in the market globally for 50 years, 100 years. So there the pharmacovigilance system is required, but it may not be of that importance which is otherwise required for a new drugs or newly introduced drug globally or in India. Because there are always possibility that in case of new drugs, there may be many side effects which has not been captured during the clinical development or non-clinical development of the drug. And those can be captured during in the post-market scenario, when actually the drug is in the market. So their pharmacovigilance obviously much more relevant. But new Schedule M requires that you have to have a pharmacovigilance system in your yeah, you see, specifically it is not mentioned whether you can outsource or not, but you see, you have to ultimately, even if you outsource, how much you will delegate your responsibility, that will depend. If you say that I have just entered into an agreement with a pharmacovigilance company and now I am free, and tell the regulators that I am not responsible, so he is responsible on my behalf.
Supplier can be qualified.
Ultimately, you have to be responsible for drug safety of your product.
Outsourced vendor can be supplied, can be approved through the QMS system. Then we can use.
that type of guidelines or specific provision is not there, that you can have a.
So here is the specific guidance
Because
through the schedule M or by other guidance.
Rule says that you should have a system, pharmacovigilance system. That means you can delegate some kind of activities. It is not that you will not have the system and you will just write a letter that this company is responsible for pharmacovigilance of my product. That may not be in accordance with the requirements. First of all, you have to have a system. Now, suppose you have a system, because of your resource constraint, you can have, instead of 3 persons required or 4 persons required, you can have 1 person only, but other activities can be delegated to other pharmacovigilance company, so that you have a system, but your system is working along with the outsourced company.
Yes.
But if you don't have a system, then it will be a non-compliant.
All the pharmacovigilance systems is guidance under the schedule M or other guidelines.
No, pharmacovigilance, there is nothing in schedule M. Pharmacovigilance as such, you have to follow the pharmacovigilance program of India. That is actually run by Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission on behalf of CDSO, because they, under that pharmacovigilance program of India, we have more than around 500 ADR monitoring centers all across the country.
Is there a
different that guideline, pharmacovigilance guidelines and procedures and system, how to collect the ADR, how to analyze, how to do the causality analysis, how to detect the signal detection, and then how to take remedial action or regulatory intervention. All these are separate guidelines. That is, nothing is there in Schedule M. Schedule M just say that you have to have a pharmacovigilance system. Now, what is the system, what should be the procedure and details of pharmacovigilance system, that is a separate thing and separate guidelines, you have to go through that.
We need to register first to the IPC, then we can follow the system.
No, IPC, they have all detailed guidelines, everything in website. You can check the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission.
We can prepare our
guidelines,
in-house
and
system.
In case you need further details, you can take help of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. You can write to them that we want to put a pharmacovigilance system, and please guide us, and what is the guidelines, give us the guidelines, how a pharmacovigilance system is run in a company. Because that pharmacovigilance program of India, which is run by Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ghaziabad, is a very robust system, and this was, started long back, and after a lot of challenges and everything, we have been able to put that system, and it is a robust system. Why I am saying? It is also a WHO collaborating center for pharmacovigilance of this pharmaceutical product, and WHO has assigned duties to IPC also, that pharmacovigilance program of India, that you also strengthen the pharmacovigilance system of other neighboring countries. So WHO has assessed that detailed procedure followed by Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission for pharmacovigilance program of India, and WHO has considered it as a collaborating center. Therefore, the pharmacovigilance system which is run by IPC, it is at par with global standard. Very robust system.
Thank you.
Can you repeat? Yeah.
XYZ hospitals, and we have to provide the ADR form to that hospitals and doctor will not fill the ADR form and revert back to us. Then in that case, what we will do?
You see, pharmacovigilance system is that once you say that you want to put a pharmacovigilance system in your company, then you have to have all those guidelines, you have to have all those format for collecting the ADR of your product from the doctors, from hospitals, and you have to create awareness, among the prescribers that this is your product, and if any ADR is reported, and they should be sensitized so that they report it to you. And once that report is received, you have to analyze it as per the procedures, and you have to take action. That is a different kind of activities. Many company may not be fully aware about the details requirements of pharmacovigilance program.
So CDSCO also have given the guidance on the pharmacovigilance for biological system in 2017. So they have a detailed requirement mentioned in this guidance.
For again,
yes, all the formats and all the things are given this guidance.
Yes, that is there. And Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, if anybody is interested, you can approach IPC, and they will help you all details of pharmacovigilance guidelines and how pharmacovigilance, what is pharmacovigilance, how it is established, how it is run, how the things are carried out. All details will be there. And what also Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, they provide trainings also on various aspects, including pharmacovigilance program of India. So you can get all detailed guidelines advice from IPC also.
Sir, there is a small question which I want to ask you. Under the 12th number section of the premises, it was stated like detailed requirements about premises, including highlighted in bold the weighing area. Does that mean we have to show the designated weighing areas under our existing site layout for the production premises, which is being approved from the state licensing?
No, designated area means your facility, actually.
Right, but within the facility we show the mall and the pal and the...
You have to have all those details, your production area.
So specific weighing portion also needs to be shown. These are the particular zone or sections where the weighings are performed for particular...
No, that will be again as per guidelines.
So
you have to have production area, you have to have auxiliary area, you have to have analytical area.
Right, sir. Like as on date, where we make the site master file, so we show the list of equipments. There we mention out how many weighing balance under which sections, which category we are. But when you are writing designate, the sentence is saying detailed requirements about premises. So isn't it anywhere need to be mentioned like this much is the square centimeter area for the particular dispensing area? So under that dispensing section, which place is being designated for the weighing?
You see, again I am telling that everything will not be told that your dispensing area will be this 10 feet by 10 feet or this by this. That may vary from company to company. But considering your activities, how many products, what type of products you are manufacturing, so you have to have adequate facility. That is the bottom line of this. And designated area, specifically that is a sort of guidelines, it is mentioned, designated. That doesn't mean that you have to have a specifically designated area marked somewhere.
Right.
It is not like this. It is as per, good manufacturing practices guidelines, whatever is required. But further, if there is any, need for clarification, we can once it is finalized, as I have already mentioned also, there may be some cases where we may need to have further guidelines, further clarification or further FAQs, all these things, all those scopes are there. Once it is finalized, while implementing, there may be requirement of further, clarity in case of certain provisions. That is always will be done once it is finalized.
And sir, under this section of product recall, it has been stated to inform to the licensing authority. I just have a ambiguity like my product is, I maintain a stock of my product up to which location, which is the stock and how much the volume is available. Now my product is coming to near to expiry and I think I need to have it back and dispose it off. So it is an internal recall from my warehouse locations to my unit of manufacturing where I have processed that finished good. Does all these activities also needs to be informed that I am recalling on my own?
You see, again, you see, all these nitty-gritty, you have to have a SOP, detailed SOP, which is robust.
Right.
And you have to decide yourself which will be robust and which will be based on scientific aspects and which will focus on ensuring patient safety.
Right, sir.
And all these, considering all these factors, you have to prepare your recall system. And there, if you ask that whether I will go to each and every retailer or I will ask this level or that level, that is, you have to first decide according to your business, your premises of activities, and the ultimate objective is that you should have a comprehensive and effective recall system which will be able to address the issue of patient safety. If the product is found to be not of standard quality at some times, while the product is in the market, if it is found to be of some quality issues, then you should be able to recall the product from the market effectively and comprehensively.
Right.
This is the thing. And all detailed guidelines, every nitty-gritties will not be there in the Schedule M. However, this is a very important issue, and in this regard also, there may be further discussion, clarification, and general guidelines can be prepared by the government, by regulatory authorities. And at the same time, you have to have your own system which will prove that you are able to effectively recall your product. But every single aspect is very difficult, that you have to decide and you have to convince others that, you see, this is my procedure, I follow this procedure which is robust and which is effective and comprehensive enough to address the patient safety. We have guidelines, that is okay. Yes, there will be various guidelines also. There may be many state regulators also having guidelines for recall. So, but the point is that you can consider all these things, then you have to have your own SOP for recall.
Sir, last question please. Yeah. Sir, some API introduced in IP 2022 and it is effective from March.
I think this kind of issue we can discuss. You can write to us. I think you have written to IPC also. These are exceptional cases.
So in that case, we can manufacture our product.
If IP impurity standard is not there, you are saying, then what is the other way? And obviously you have to do something. If you are not getting IP reference standards or IP impurity standards, then what is the way? I think this matter, since you have written to IPC, we will also discuss and whatever best. But IPC, in that case, even if you don't, your question is that how you will say that you are IP compliant. Because if IPC has not, supplied in IP impurity standards, that is not your fault, obviously. And for that you have to have some alternative process also, because at the same time you cannot stop your manufacturing for that purpose. But what will be the best procedure, I think matter can be discussed with IPC. you see, so far as GMP is concerned, if you tell, if so far as GMP aspect is concerned, because this is also part of whole general GMP, then you should have a procedures or SOPs about all these reference standard and impurity standards. There you should write all these details that I will meet the requirement of IP. If IP reference standard is not available, then I will do this, that everything should be prepared beforehand, considering all risk issues and all other aspects. Yes. Once you have a planned, written documents, scientifically, comprehensive and robust for every activities what you do, and there you can actually put all these isolated cases that you may actually face while you are implementing the GMP and all kinds of activities, then I think it is okay. But that procedure has to be scientifically, sound, and it has to be comprehensive. It should not be seen that you have written an SOP which actually is not addressing the main issue, or which is not addressing, or which is not sufficient to meet the objective. Then again there will be a question that how you have prepared this SOP, this is not correct.
आप सभी के पास बहुत सारे प्रश्न होंगे. आप सभी से निवेदन है कि अपने प्रश्न जो है वो डेस्क पे, रिसेप्शन डेस्क पे नोट करा देंगे, वो हम सर को फॉरवर्ड कर देंगे, और उसके जवाब भी मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि अगले 7 से 10 दिन के अंदर मिल जाएंगे हमें जवाब. नाउ रिक्वेस्ट श्री अशोक कक्कड़ टू गिव द क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am honored and humbled by DMA has given me this chance to speak to you guys at the closing ceremony of this event, which is awareness on the revision of the Schedule M. During this session, our honorable speaker, Dr. A.K. Pradhan, has covered each and everything about the various facets of current GMP in detail. And further, he has given us a significant appraisal of all the latest changes being made with regard to new Schedule M outlined. Now this Schedule M is going to be at par with the WHO GMP guidelines, and which is certainly going to gain us a better recognition at the global levels. We know it all. Last year, as you all know, has been little difficult, hard for our industry, putting us in tight spot. But looking into the new reforms or the initiatives taken by the DCGI office in the recent past, strengthening the drug regulatory system to augment the quality part of the drugs which are going to be manufactured in the coming years, is certainly going to help bolster the image of the companies and the country as well. Ultimately, as has been, given us a lot of impetus with regard to our business and trustworthiness of our pharma industry at the global platforms, it is going to be a real input for us, and we have now, as we can say, it's our responsibility once again to rise to the occasion and to see how these changes which are coming up are to be accelerated for implementation. Thank you once again, Dr. Pradhan, and all the dignitaries from the CDSCO, and further we would like to have, Thank you. Not from Singh sir. Yeah, please. Carry on. Yeah. Thanks everyone who have made it over here, inviting the over here and being very active and involved in the interactive session. That has been really the plus over here we have seen. Thanks once again.
May I request Mr. Govind Bajaj to kindly come forward, and all of us will take the pledge for GMP.
Honorable Joint DCJ Dr. A.K. Pradhan जी, जो आपने शेड्यूल एम, प्रेजेंट शेड्यूल एम और रिवाइज शेड्यूल एम में जो डेप्थ आपने बताया, वो हम सब मैन्युफैक्चरर ने उसको ग्रास कर लिया है. हमारे जो गैप्स है, आई थिंक सब ने नोटिफाई करके हम उसको कॉम्प्लाई करेंगे, ये हमारी आश्वासन है और ये हमें करना ही पड़ेगा. There is no way if we have to withstand in our this profession for long time. For this ये एक राइट प्लेस है कि आपको हमारे सब मैन्युफैक्चरर एसोसिएशन के जो भी सदस्य है, जो भी यहाँ के मैन्युफैक्चरर है, उन्होंने अभी 10 अक्टूबर में जो हमारा GMP डे हुआ, उसमें जो GMP प्लेज है हमने सब एम्प्लॉय को दी है. उसका जस्ट हम आपके माध्यम से, आपको इन सब के माध्यम से आपको हम एक बार कमिट करना चाहते हैं, सो दैट दिस विल बी we acknowledge that patient health and safety are integral to everything we do. We are committed to perform GXP functions by providing adequate resources, facilities and system and process as articulate in our company policy and in accordance with all relevant laws, regulations or legislative directives of regulatory authorities. We understand that adherence to data integrity and demonstrating the highest standards of ethical behavior are imperative for patient safety. We will therefore ensure through our conduct that all stakeholders can trust our decisions that are based on data and information that are accurate, truthful and complete. We will hold ourselves accountable to one another and strive to create a workforce where each person accepts ownership of quality and helps foster a quality and integrity focused culture in the company. We pledge our commitment to quality and compliance based on adherence to our integrated values: patient first, integrity and trust, teamwork and courage. We are committed to address quality issues by identifying the true root causes and will implement preventive actions in time to prevent occurrence of future deficiencies. We will demonstrate proactively qualitative behavior in our organization and do things that right even when no one is watching. Finally, we pledge to achieve high standards in product quality and safety through personal integrity, transparency and ethical practices, and to deliver quality medicines on time and every time. Thank you. मैं सभी को ऑनरेबल हमारे गेस्ट इनको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि हम हाई टी के लिए इन
डॉक्टर ए.के.
ज्वाइन हो
प्रधान का
जाए।
मैं दोबारा धन्यवाद देता हूं, इन्होंने समय निकाल करके इस फेस्टिवल के टाइम पे भी यहाँ पे आए और हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन किया है। आप लोगों के पास जो भी प्रश्न है, मैंने पहले भी कहा, आप रिसेप्शन डेस्क पे नोट करा दीजिए, वो प्रश्न हम डॉक्टर साहब को भेज देंगे और उनके जवाब आ जाएंगे। और फिर से एक बार धन्यवाद CDSU टीम को, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और आप सभी का IT पे
ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ, एक सब लोग यहाँ ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ,
एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए आप लोग सभी को आगे आ जाएं।
हेलो हेलो